Good morning, everybody. No. Good afternoon.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. This is Council Delegate Herman M. Daniels Jr. I'm on the line.
Good morning. This is Delegate Rick Nez.
Good morning, Delegate Paul Begay. Good morning, Delegate Eugene So here. Thanks.
Good morning. This is Delegate Charles Newton. I'm on the line.
Morning, Delegate Freeland here.
Delegate Daniel So on the call.
Delegate Otto So on the line. Good morning, fellows. Go on mute.
Yat A.
Yes, good morning. It's a beautiful day in western Navajo. Kodesh Tata Anasha. Janie has a Jano. Kostahashiko. Ilstoho. Yaho, that is in a young lady in Jano. That is in Hote. Good morning.
Thank you, colleagues. Good morning. Yate Bene. Thank you very much for being with us this morning. I know that it's a beautiful day, just as Honorable Otto has indicated there out in Western Agency. It's a beautiful day here in Window Rock, Arizona, too, as well. So thank you very much, colleagues, for being on the line with us. Thank you for going into our 5th day of the Navajo Nation Council session. We do have an approved agenda here before us, and then we can go ahead and jump right into it. But I just want to say the bell has rung here to know and announce that the Window Rock Council session is back in order, or will come back in order out of recess. We do have the 24th Navajo Nation Council winter session approved agenda. Today's date is January 29th, 2020. I'm here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. I do have my colleagues, Honorable Freeland and Honorable Wilson Stewart here in the chambers with me this morning. And I know we have our colleagues throughout the nation that are there at their respective chapters and respective communities. So thank you very much, colleagues, for being here with us. My name is Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We'll go ahead and jump back in. The time right now is 10:06 a.m. With that, colleagues, we do have a opportunity to make this formal. So let's go ahead and get a roll call this morning. Ms. Uvella is here with us. Mr. Rico, Jalissa is here in the chambers, and will be the support staff from Office of Legislative Services. Ms. Uvella, go ahead. Let's go ahead and get a roll call.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Good morning. Calum Gay Jr. is present. Thank you.
This is Elmer Begay, too.
Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Junior Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present from Shiprock, New Mexico.
Honorable Junior Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canesbach Carty. Honorable Amber Canesbach Carty. Honorable Amber Canesbach Carty did not answer roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Good morning. I'm here.
Honorable Herman Daniels answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning. I'm here. Thank you, Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Canal Halona.
Delegate Halona is here. Present. Thank you. Good morning.
Honorable Canal Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Yes, Ethan.
Honorable Ricky Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Julia, they've been present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Good morning, President Shema.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I'm present.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, Conscious Street. Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I'm present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Yeah.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. answered the roll call via text. Honorable Amber Knessbach Crotty.
Crotty,
Honorable Amber Knessbach.
Delegate Amber Canersbach Crotty is present, calling in from Sheep Springs, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knessbach Crotty answered the roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon is present. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Eugene
Delegate
So.
James present.
Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call.
So,
Honorable Edison.
I'm here.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Mr. Speaker, you have 21 members that answered roll call, Mr. Speaker.
With that, thank you very much, Mr. Bello, for the roll call this morning. Colleagues, we have 21 members present. That does conclude, we confirmed that we have a quorum this morning, so thank you very much. That, colleagues, again, before we move on, let's go ahead and get a invocation. With that, on an invocation this morning, is Honorable Otto So on the line? Honorable Otto So, you mind doing the
Speaker, yes,
invocation?
I'm on the line.
You mind doing the invocation for us this morning?
Yes, definitely. Yes, hold on. كدو او ده ديلز تو صدا ديلز تو إيه يا كدو به راشون صابه به توزنی خطوات هیکی ای کدو دلیلی کدوشون انتا او آهن شغان جدا ديلزه إيدي يا هتا كدو وجون رولي نصاني ما جوهنا إني تخا إيش جيجي كون نيتيس وكاكي خجونكو إني تا وجونكو إني تيس وكاكي إي بنبيه جوهنا إني خاليني إي يا كدو نيكي ديس that is glad chanting kodo he pen be I don't the kodo bab na chi string hold jishke ntis ka gi da shin so ba ke da hoje strigi bab na che da je biche na da hot il jish I don't the string ya ko ala se da nite dog and legend is be the ade Mas as in leni kodo e be da ne ye koko yat ho kodo be a don nistin le la trajan yat hon ta no se tanjen da de shi ntsayat kodo ni tra yat ho hazli to hallo ntsa ya be ntsis ka ya be ya hot to ntsis ka be ta hojon do hot ahz ne we tani tlin yaji tani tlin su tani tlin asani tlin ego na tani hama yar ki hitha bilstan koistan cha ki hayok khal jel ki kewan dan koiski dan koit it hatin ski ani it baben nachit ishje kom Nesta koko ya ko ntis ya ko ka be asani tsini ko be ni ke ni jat ni tsis ni je ni ka ni hinne in zakis ni hat otaji da hites lai da hites lei ya ni ka ditli ya to leni kon kha dilli la tan leni ko yara itani ko ke jo dilli baben najin hitris betrachtet lo le ni hitris betrach ja hot to le ni hitris baben najin do de ni ko yego ko ni hitris betrach da hot le do desnini kodo the coaching is dole do desnini baben na ya ko baben na ya ke hit dole ya hon is khani ta dole no tani hama aro distingue ko not ani nini not ani ya not ani bahjoni astuyat stui bahjoni sani ya sani bahjoni كيات بهجوني كون كيت عشان بهجوني ثنيات وين ليج نهو الآج كون كنت كاهي هنا لأن تخاص كون لو كيت دون دا كون بابنات نهو كاهي ناديه بالكناهيت هو بابنات يا هو تو شادي نيت ابن كلو هو جت إلز أدون دا كون خاصيل كون كيدا هويت ما بناش أصلاني تنيت كون تيس كاغين ويني لنا ثاني هما يشتي دوي وشين تو هاشي يودا أنيت هاشي يودا أنيت سيكيس كون باب الناس أخاهني تنتو أدون دا أجوك باتو أخان ساكيس إيشيت غاهت بأن نحن نازلاغو كون not anin linikon. Kinani kadistri dodio alibiche. Babana se kodistri in hitse at the horizon or le nasani hama. Ni kede the horizon or le. Ni yagi the horizon or le ni kede to the horizon or le. Ni nade also the horizon or le ni za horizon or le nasani hama. Istri kon. Yat ne tado le niyatishte. Sana gani tledo le nasani hama. Ika hojoni tledo le nasani hama. Bena l'ego bakando ba adleni fil kis lago odia. Ay bena nase. Inna tahatez lado innan benasi ka. Akodi ishtige niyajin shle ntsui shle. I don't know if I need to need ego, yeah, I need to know the snow. Come back and that's it. We're not only now, Sunny Hama. We're not sleep, we're not sleep, we're not sleep, we're not sleep. Yeah. Speaker, yield the floor back to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Araso, for the invocation this morning, and thank you very much for blessing the day, blessing the colleagues, blessing the people. With that, again, good morning. If you're joining us right now, we are on day 5 of our 24th Navajo Nation Council winter session. Today's date again is January 29th, and I just want to again say good morning to everyone listening in, whether it's if you're here in Winter Rock or throughout the nation or outside our sacred mountains. Again, good morning across the big water. Thank you to all our active military individuals out there too that are supporting us out there, defending our freedom. Good morning, everyone out there. Good morning, Mr. President, Vice President. Good morning, Madam Chief Justice Joanne Jane. Good morning to all the judges, all the Navajo Nation employees. Good morning to the chapters. And most importantly, again, good morning to all our constituents out there. If you're listening in or if you're tuning, riding your chitties down the road, good morning. Thank you very much for being here with us. Colleagues, we did do a roll call and invocation. Now we are at the close of session. Back into coming back into out of recess. Colleagues, what is the will of the council? Let me just do a recap, colleagues. Let me do a recap, colleagues. As when we did a go out of recess last night, there was 2 legislations that were tabled during the Navajo Nation Council session this week. One of those legislations was 0220-20, sponsored by Honorable Stewart, and that is a legislation that's been referred to as purchasing of property in the Washington, D.C. area for the Navajo Nation Washington, D.C. office, and then also legislation 006-21, which is sponsored by myself, and that is in action amending the Council Resolution CN 88-20, which would be an amendment to the 2021 comprehensive budget. Colleagues, as of right now, the legislation 0220-20 was tabled, and it was tabled for on recommendations from Ledge Council and the sponsor to go ahead and have the technical staff meet together and see if there was a possible recommendation in moving that legislation forward in making sure that all parties were on the same page. And that meeting was held yesterday at 1 o'clock, and there was, I do believe, a recommendation that was made. And I know Ledge Council, as of right now, has an amendment that's ready for that and possibly move that forward. So that legislation, if that was brought back off the table, would be in order, as it would have been met all the requirements for the tabling motion. That legislation must be coming off the table at least for discussion during this winter session, or that legislation will expire. The legislation 006-21 is going through the process still. I have Office of Legislative Counsel working together with OMB and the Office of the President and Vice President, and that legislation amendment should be ready within a couple of hours, as they're still collaborating and moving forward and trying to get everything, all ducks in order for that legislation. But as you know, colleagues, there was a motion to bring back the legislation 002-20 is a legislation that would be available, and that would be available, discussed, and would be able to have action on immediately. So with that, colleagues, but as of right now, there is no legislation, active legislation that is available to discuss on this agenda as we see. All the legislations have had some kind of action, and that is the reason why we are at the close of our agenda. So I will refer back to the committee, and if there is any recommendations at this time, actually not the committee, but actually the Navajo Nation Council. So I'd yield, or if somebody would like to speak on the agenda, or at this time, I'd give you the floor directly. I don't have anybody in the queue.
Speaker, is Helena?
Honorable Stewart, and then Honorable Helena. Honorable Stewart, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Wishing good morning to our colleagues of the Navajo Nation Council. Navajo Bakaya Baka, the Isnaf Angi President, Vice President, Chief Justice, Shamaro, staff, and the Executive Legislative Judicial Branch, and Daphne Shida. Aro he in the building yet a. To the Speaker, I believe if I'm in order to go ahead and pull 22020 off the table, and we can move forward with that one. But so that one I believe is going to be ready. We can pull that one off the table and discuss that one, Stella.
Thank
Motion.
you. With that motion, legislation 0220-20, motions to get off the table, and we go to that directly by Honorable Wilson Stewart. Is there a second?
Second, Honorable Helena.
Honorable Helena, that. There's a second.
Speaker is Freeland, can you put me in the queue?
Okay, let me
Speaker, this is Helena. Put me in the queue too, please.
okay, with that.
I second it too.
Thank you very much. With that, we have a motion and a second. Colleagues, any comments, questions on the motion to bring back legislation off the table? Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. 24th Navajo Nation Councils. Good morning. Everyone listening, people out there, please stay safe. Staff, good morning. Amending motion party. If I could ask if we could also include legislation 0006-21 to be included on this amendment as part of the taken off the table. Is that okay, Speaker?
Leave it off.
If not, I can withdraw, but I would like to have this, we need to get this budget situated. I can wait too, Speaker. Okay, Speaker. Never mind. I'll withdraw that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Never mind.
Honorable Freeland, well, usually when we take a table legislation, it's just one by one
Okay,
off the table. So
all right, thank you. Don't reserve
just to
my
stay in
time.
that order, I respectfully ask if we just do that, if we do it one by one. So 0220-20 off the tabling motion. Honorable Manika, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I was wanting to second that motion, but at the same time, I don't know if this is appropriate time, but I just want to make an announcement to one of our leaders, Diego Bajinahoti, to the Zenshinde Bansade case dole. Our former president, state senator, state representative, Albert Hale. You see Albahan at one of the Chandler hospital. He's sedated and he's on the ventilator. So I guess he was communicating with his family, but can't do that anymore, even texting. So there's an Shinde nature. So there's an Ebe Ban today case dole. Aided obey hit condition. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Manika, and definitely send our prayers to former President and State Senator, Honorable and President Hale. So thank you very much for that. And we're monitoring that too as well here. So thank you very much, and colleagues and everyone out there, if you could send the family their prayers for President Hale. Thank you very much for that announcement too with the time. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0220-20, any other further discussion of bringing it off the table? There's none.
Go to the board.
Vote.
Honorable Almer Begay,
I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Dr. Cal votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul.
Hello?
Hold on, colleagues. Mr. is trying to call back in.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knizbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knizbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knizbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So via text votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 3 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, 18 in favor and 3 opposed. You're not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and go back to legislation 0220-20. I'll go to Mr. Rico to give a recap, and then I'll go over the amount of time and where we're at in the recap, and then we'll go to the floor. Mr. Rico.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0220-20, an action relating to the Budget and Finance, Resource Development, and Navajo Committees and Navajo Nation Council approving the purchase of property offered for sale to the Navajo Nation by the owner of 11 D Street, Southeast Washington, D.C., approving the expenditure of fund principal of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund to the purchase property, approving the expenditure of fund principal of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund to pay for the repair and renovation of the 11 D Street property, sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart, co-sponsored by Honorable Ricky Nez. On January 27th, 2021, Council addressed this legislation, and it was tabled with one pending amendment. That pending amendment is as follows. Page 1, line 17 to 19, strike the following language. Overstrike, approving the expenditure of fund principal of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund to pay for repair and renovation of the 11 D Street property, end overstrike. 2, page 4, lines 13 to 21, strike the following language. Overstrike, in order for the NNWO to occupy the proposed 11 D Street facility, minor repairs and preparations for opening the NNWO will be needed. The renovation expenses are expenses outside of this real estate purchase. The Navajo Nation Washington office wishes to hire a general contractor or their equivalent in the amount of $100,000 to make minimal repairs to bring the office to code and occupy the building immediately. The NNWO has submitted a memorandum dated July 8th, 2020, requesting that DNR utilize funds from the LATF to fund or to pay renovation and repairs costs, and a cost estimate which is attached here to as Exhibit C, and overstrike. Remove Exhibit C and re-letter the remaining exhibits. Page 5, lines 23 to 29, strike the entirety of paragraph P as follows. Overstrike, the Navajo Nation Washington office wishes to hire an architect to convert the acquired property into the Navajo Nation Embassy. The Navajo Nation Embassy should be reflective of the Navajo people, so a Navajo architect would be subcontracted to help infuse Navajo thought and culture into design elements of the embassy. Such services would be procured in the amount of $150,000 to design and produce renderings that would be submitted to the District of Columbia for needed permits and construction. See Exhibit C, and overstrike. 4, page 7, lines 15 to 17, strike the following language. Overstrike, semicolon, the renovation and repair of the property to occupy the building that will house NNWO $100,000, and the cost to hire architects to design the Navajo Nation Embassy $150,000, and overstrike. 5, page 7, line 17 to 18, amend the following language to read, total amount for the purchase, new language, underscore and underscore, closing costs, overstrike, comma, renovation, architect design and construction, end overstrike, is overstrike $5,140,281.50, end overstrike, underscore, new amount, no, overstrike $4,890,281.50. Underscore new amount $618,419.57, and underscore. 6, page 8, line 1, amend the following language by striking October 31st, 2020, and insert underscore on or before February 26, 2021. 7, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraph or sections accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Main motion is held by Honorable Pernell Halona, second by Edison J. Wanika. Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, motion to pull bill.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, the main motion for the amendment is being held by Honorable Edmund Yazzie and second by Raymond Smith, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Halona, if you could put your phone on mute. With that, colleagues, we do have a motion held by on the amendment, right? We do have on the amendment is Chairman Yazzie and Vice Chair Smith, but on the main motion is Honorable Halona and Honorable Wanika. That, colleagues, on the amendment, we do have Honorable Halona with 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 3 minutes and 9 seconds. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Honorable Slater, 4 minutes, 38 seconds. Honorable Otto So, 19 seconds. Honorable Freeland, 3 minutes, 8 seconds. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 32 seconds. Chairman Hinu, you have no more time. Honorable Daniels, you have no more time on amendment number 1. In the queue that was next to speak was Chairman Rick Nez. With that, let me go ahead and give the floor back to 3 minutes to to Chairman Edmund Yazzie. We were on the motion. Yeah.
Speaker,
Yes.
I'll go ahead and reserve my time, sir.
Okay, with that, let me go to Mr. Stewart. Before we go back to the floor, I'll give you some time. I don't know if you have the overall suggestion that was recommended. Maybe Ms. Barbroff, you can refer to Ms. Barbroff and then go from there. Honorable Stewart, the floor is yours for 3 minutes as a recap on the overall legislation.
Okay, thank you to the speaker. And as you recommended, I will go with that. Ms. Barbara, could you please assist me with a recap on what the outcome was on the meeting, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Stewart, 24th Navajo Nation Council members. Just a brief recap. The legislation was tabled so that there could be discussions with the Office of Legislative Counsel and others. That discussion took place yesterday. It was with myself, Mariana Khan, DOJ, Mel Rodas, Veronica Blackhat, the Controller's Office, the Controller, Robert Willey, OMB, Darlene Sam, the Division of Natural Resources, Mike Halona, Robert Allen, and I'm forgotten some names that were also on the call, the President's Office and Washington Office. I apologize if I forgot anybody. Oh, and Delegate Stewart, of course. There were a couple of things discussed. I'm going to try to summarize quickly. To begin with, it was agreed by all with very little discussion that the land acquisition cannot be used for renovations. That was a lot of the purpose of the currently pending amendment, was to take out any use of the funds for renovations. So that leaves with what remains is actually the purchase of the building with closing costs included. There are actually two choices, essentially. One would be to use the interest income. The other would be to use the principal. Using the principal requires a 2/3 vote. All agreed yesterday that in the current income account that's housed in business units 415,000, that there is $3,163,000 available for capital outlays, which would be acquisitions. However, as Mike Halona with Land Department and others brought up and discussed, that $3.1 million is already planned and I believe in the process for other acquisitions. So all agreed that as was originally proposed, that the purchase of the Washington office should all come out of principal. The controller has done a new letter dated yesterday, determining that there is 206+ million in the principal, and this purchase, final numbers, I believe, are $4,890,281.50. And so this purchase would be through principal, all of the purchase through principal, and it will require a 2/3 vote of the council to approve this under the trust fund statute. A couple of housekeeping type details is that Ms. Khan has prepared a new amendment to incorporate what was discussed at yesterday's and determined at yesterday's amendment meeting. She has sent that out to the amendment section, and Mr. Rico, along with the controller's new letter. And so I think from a practical standpoint, the current pending amendment by Delegate Halona, seconded by Delegate Wanika, either needs to be removed, and the new language that Ms. Khan sent out substituted in. I know that was quick, but I think I summarized it all. I believe that the Department of Justice and the Controller are on the line, as well as, of course, Washington office and the Land Department, etc. Thank you, Delegate Stewart. I turn it back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. With that, Tilla, that's the recap. And we do have Ms. Lewis on the line, as well as Mr. Halona.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, there was that recommendation. So with that, let me go over to Chairman Ed Benyazi with that recommendation. Chairman?
Okay, Speaker, members of the council, and everyone that's online, staff, attorneys, press. I know the amendment that we made, there was a request that we add the changes, and so at this time I am still okay with that. Okay, so that's all I want to say, Speaker, sir.
No, well, I guess the recommendation was, are you wanting to still move forth with your amendment? Or because there was a recommendation to withdraw?
Okay. Let me rely on my expert witness, the main sponsor, on that, okay? So whatever the main sponsor and agent say, I'll go ahead and abide by that order. Sir?
Honorable Stewart.
Appreciate it, Tilla. Mr. Yazzie, the recommendation to withdraw that amendment and then institute this new one that has been established as of yesterday after our meeting would be the recommendation, Mr. Yazzie. So that first amendment we will take out and then put this one back in there, along with the new revised memo from the Office of Controller.
Okay, all right. So thank you, Honorable Stewart. So with that, Speaker, I'll go ahead and do that. I'll withdraw the First Amendment, but add this second one, sir.
But then that means everybody has new time? Okay. Chairman, with this, then you're withdrawing on the main motion. I mean, on your amendment on the main motion.
Yes, and I'll
Okay.
go ahead
With that,
and do the second one.
with that withdrawal, then Vice Chair Smith as a second.
Good morning, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, and also the sponsor, Josh. I agree. We can change out the original Amendment 1 to include the new amendment. So I concur.
Okay, with that, withdrawal is accepted. So let me go back to Chairman Edwin Yazzie. With on the main motion, this is who I have on the lineup with on the main motion. I have Honorable Chairman Yazzie, 1 minute 42 seconds. Honorable Lona, and then Chairman Daniel So. So Honorable Chairman Yazzie, on the main motion.
On the main motion. So Speaker, and to the staff, thank you again for the guidance and the main sponsor, and then also to Mr. Smith. So I'd like to go ahead and make the motion as an amendment that was read into record by our legal staff, and that was approved by our main sponsor. Speaker, sir, reserve time.
Reserve your time at 1 minute 25 seconds on the main motion. That, Mr. Rico, is that amendment sent out? Was it just now sent out? Or how long ago it was sent out 30 minutes ago at 10:52, 10:53 a.m. Mr. Rico, if you could read that amendment into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 17 to 19, strike the following language. Overstrike approving the expenditure of fund principal of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund to pay for repair and renovation of the 11D Street property and overstrike. 2, page 4, lines 13 to 21, strike the following language. Overstrike in order for the NNWO to occupy the proposed 11D Street facility. Minor repairs and preparations for opening the NNWO will be needed. The renovation expenses are expenses outside of this real estate purchase. The Navajo Nation Washington office wishes to hire a general contractor or their equivalent in the amount of $100,000 to make minimal repairs to bring the office to code and occupy the building immediately. The NNWO has submitted a memorandum dated July 18, 2020, requesting that DNR utilize funds from the LATF to pay renovation and repair costs, and a cost estimate which is attached here to as Exhibit C, and overstrike. Remove Exhibit C and re-letter the remaining exhibits. 3, page 4, line 24, amend as follows. Approximately overstrike $24,690.62 and overstrike, and insert new amount underscore
Move the screen.
$25,033.63 and underscore, and is adjusted each year depending on a variety. 4, page 5, lines 23 to 29, strike the entirety of paragraph P as follows. Overstrike, the Navajo Nation Washington office wishes to hire an architect to convert the acquired property into the Navajo Nation Embassy. The Navajo Nation Embassy should be reflective of the Navajo people. Also, the Navajo architect would be contracted to help infuse Navajo thought and culture into the design elements of the embassy. Such services would be procured in the amount of $150,000 to design and produce renderings that would be submitted to the District of Columbia for needed permits and construction. Exhibit C and overstrike. 5, page 6, lines 4 to 16, delete the entirety of paragraph R. Re-letter remaining paragraphs. Overstrike. On May 26, 2020, the controller of the office of the controller advised the Division of Natural Resources that the unaudited reserved amount available for use in the fund balance is $167,410,940. However, 16 NNC Section 204 would govern this amount as it would be fund principal. The controller further concluded that the budget available for purchase of real property is $1,344,180.67. The 16 NC Section 205 expenditure of fund income would govern this portion, as this amount is income that should be used for land acquisition. Memorandum from the Controller to DNR Executive Director dated May 26, 2020 is attached hereto and incorporated herein by this reference as Exhibit E. Pursuant to 16 NNC Section 4, Resolution PAU-44-16, August 10, 2016, the Executive Director of the Division of Natural Resources is delegated a limited grant of final approval for the acquisition of real properties not to exceed an accumulated sum of $5 million per calendar year and overstrike. 6, page 6, line 17 to 18, or 17 to 28, delete the entirety of paragraph S, re-letter remaining paragraphs. Overstrike, the last land acquisition approved by the Executive Director was approved on December 27, 2019 for the amount below the $5 million limit within calendar year 2019. For calendar year 2020, the 11 D Street SE, Washington DC property was approved for a purchase price within the Executive Director's purchase authority limit. The Controller advised the Executive Director that at the time of calculating the FY 2020 budget, our office used FY 2018 interest income of $5,042,124.40. See Exhibit E. It appears that the Land Acquisition Trust Fund expenditure availability was calculated based upon the FY 2020 budget rather than on a calendar year basis. In any event, the Controller has advised the Division of Natural Resources that there are insufficient funds available to purchase the Washington DC property unless the Land Acquisition Trust Fund principal is authorized to purchase the aforementioned property and overstrike. 7, page 7, lines 15 to 18 amended as follows. A, the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the expenditure of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund principal in the amount of $4,800,000 for the purchase of the 11 D Street SE Washington DC plus any closing costs, $90,281.50. New language, underscore, the total of which will come from the fund principal and underscore. Overstrike, comma, the renovation and repair of the property to occupy the building that will house NNWO, $100,000, and the cost to hire architects to design the Navajo Nation Embassy, $150,000, and overstrike. The total amount for the purchase, overstrike, comma, and insert and closing costs, overstrike, comma, renovation, architect design, and construction, and overstrike is overstrike $5,140,281.50. New amount underscore $4,890,281.50 and underscore. 8, page 7, line 30, and page 8, line 1, amend the language as follows. Underscore on or and underscore before overstrike October 31st, 2020 and overstrike underscore February 26, 2021 and underscore. 9, exchange Exhibit E, the Controller's letter dated May 26, 2020 with Controller's letter dated January 28, 2021. 10, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with noted to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Second, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you. With that motion by Chairman Yazzie, second, Vice Chair Smith. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1? Going once.
This is Henio.
Chairman Henio. Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning.
Oh,
good morning,
yours.
Fellow Speaker Damon. 24th Navajo Nation Council, good morning. Amendment number 1, Kadosh Che, Delegate Edmund Yazzie, Snagi. AD yesterday,
or the day before when we were entertaining this particular amendment, there was also a request to modify from Shenandoah, Delegate Amber Canals Bakrati, as far as when we heard discussion regarding the Navajo Department of Natural Resources having access to $4.2 million as part of their credit that they can use. And then that way we could only look at possibly around $600,000 to $700,000 as and for this legislation. Even I just could would that modification still apply here? Speaker, Solicitor Damon, I reserve my time.
Thank you. If that question was directed at me, myself, Honorable Chairman Pino, let me try to answer that the best I possibly can, and then I would ask Mr. Stewart, Honorable Stewart, or Ledge Council to follow up. As of right now, from the documents I have seen, Chairman Pino, in the budgets that has been presented to myself, there was a funding that was given to the Navajo Nation Land Department under that 4,500 account or 45,000 account, and in that account, that funding came directly from the from the interest of the Land Acquisition Fund. Now, that funding was allocated to the Land Department, and I do believe that there was a little over $4.5 million that was originally given to them at the over this annual period, or when we did our annual comprehensive budget. Now, when we approved that annual comprehensive budget, that $4.5 million was broken down to numerous different things in or different line items of the budget, Chairman Hino. One of those line items was for individuals to be working there at the Land Department. So there's personnel costs, there's supply costs, there's travel costs, there's $4.5 million that has been allocated to different kind of consultant fees, to paying for some, what I think I seen on there was taxes, for paying to county taxes on a lot of, maybe on the tribal and private properties or tribal fee lands throughout the different counties across and surrounding the Navajo Nation. So that $4.2 million that you're talking about right now, Chairman, has been already budgeted in their annual amount. So if you were going to utilize that $4.2 million to purchase a property in DC, you would actually have to basically close up a department within the Land Department and let go of the individuals that are hired underneath that budget, and try to find out where they were going to get the additional funding. It seems like the Navajo Nation Land Department utilizes that annual amount every year to budget to for not only personnel, but operating and maintenance, and paying for certain kind of fees and documents on an annual basis. So if there was going to be a payment made from the Navajo Land Department utilizing that 4.2 million, well, it initially was 4.5, but since they've been drawing down on it, the remaining amount is 4.2 million. That's according to the controller's memo. That money would be subjugated to closing certain budget line items and budgets that are already appropriated in and have been recommended and authorized for the approval, not only by the council, but also by the Navajo Nation president in the comprehensive budget chairman. So, and I think the Navajo Nation Washington office right now is asking for $4,800,000 currently in from the principal balance of the fund, according to this amendment. And that was the reason why that they were looking at trying to identify what was the goal of yesterday's discussion. And in that goal, the now the whole, I guess, the real response now is to say, Navajo Nation Council, we are in need of $4,800,000 to purchase of the property in Washington, D.C., according to this according to this amendment that's here before us, that was recommended through all the parties that were discussing this yesterday. So as of right now, Chairman, to answer your question, if I was if I was at the land department and you were wanting to use that 4.2 million, according to this amendment, that 4.2 million is not available. So that's the reason why they're asking for $4,800,000 from the principal fund of the land acquisition fund. Thank you, Chairman. I don't know if Mr. Stewart wants to go further on that, but that's what I'm getting from the amendment and from the recommendations moving forward. Honorable Stewart.
Mr. Hinio, Chair Hinio, do kodo the bay had the seek so look at Ayla, so that's where this is coming from. Shana, so that's what we are requesting for after our meeting yesterday to go ahead and use from the principal.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? Madam Chair Amber-Crotty, the floor is yours. Good morning, Madam Chair.
So, Speaker, colleagues, Shiaj Delegate So for your prayer, appreciate it. So I think in terms of how the amendment, so I'm looking at this is the modified amendment, Speaker, there's a lot of changes here. And so I'd like each section to be explained by the amending party or the individual who drafted the amendment. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll reserve my time.
I'm
Speaker.
Talking to myself. Madam Chair Amber-Crotty, on the reserve time, 4 minutes, 30 seconds. Someone said
Speaker, question of privilege. Daniel
Yes.
So.
Good morning, Chairman. Question of privilege.
Yes,
Floor is yours. What is your question?
this new amendment, does it change the intent and purpose of the legislation?
Thank you, Chairman. If that question is towards me, I'll go to Legislative Council after this. But if you look at the original legislation, the original legislation is asking for dollars that would be coming from the principal of the land acquisition fund. And if this amendment is passed, it still would be asking for dollars from the principal of the land acquisition fund. So I do not think that this amendment is out of order. I do believe this amendment is within the realm of the original intent of the legislation. Office of Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. So the amendment, Speaker, was correct. The amendment establishes that the purchase will be out of the trust fund principal. That was the original intent of the legislation as set forth in the title. The one thing that does change is originally the principal was to be used for repair and renovation as well as the purchase. The repair and renovation has been removed, so but the purpose and intent stays the same with the amendment as the original legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Which has to be by 11:59. Okay. Thank you. With that, I hope that answered your question, Chairman Daniel. So let me go back now. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty's question to the sponsor. Chairman Yazzie, there was specifics on each one of the or explanation, I guess, further explanation of the amendment.
Okay, Speaker, members of the council, and to Ms. Crotty, that on the breakdown of the whole amendment, I know we all worked on this as a group from all the departments, and so with the breakdown, I'll have either our attorney who participated in the write-up, or we could have Mr. Halona break down each point, Speaker. So.
Thank you. That, Ms. Barbara, I don't know if you are.
Thank you, Speaker.
Want to break it down, or if it's if you'd like to refer that to another individual that was maybe at the meeting yesterday, or anybody.
Yes, yes, Speaker. Thank you. I am going to have Ms. Khan break it down. She will be on the line in 1 second.
Okay, great.
Okay, I got to tell people.
Good morning, Ms. Khan.
Hello, this is Ms. Khan.
Okay.
Am I on now?
Yes, you're on. Go ahead, Ms. Khan. The floor is yours.
Okay. The star six is, it seems easy, but sometimes it really is difficult. Okay. The amendment, I will go letter by letter. Number by number. Number one, it says to strike language from the title of Resolution 0220-20. And in that title, we're striking the approval of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund to pay for repair and renovation. So that is very clearly stricken. That's the purpose of the number one. Number two, it references page 4 and certain lines on page 4 having to do 13 through 21. And 13 through 21. And this language refers to repairs and renovations. And because we are taking out of the legislation any money to be spent for repairs and renovations, this language is also stricken for the same language, for the same reason that the paragraph number 1 in your amendment section is stricken. No money is to be spent for repair and renovation. So the paragraph number 2 strikes the language dealing with repair and renovation. Page 4, line 24. The number 24,000 $691.62 is stricken and replaced by the number $25,033.62. And this is stricken and replaced because this brings current information with regard to the current monthly rent that the Navajo Nation Washington office is paying. And this was supplied by the director of the Navajo Nation Washington office, and just to bring that number up to date. Number 4 in the amendments, page 5, lines 23 through 29. This is paragraph P, and this language refers to the Washington office hiring an architect. And this again is to renovate the premises. As was paragraph 1 and 2, this type of expenditure was removed because this won't be able to come out of, this is a renovation and repair, which is being stricken just the same as paragraph 1, paragraph 2, and paragraph 4 for the same reasons. On to number 5, page 6, lines 4 through 16. And this paragraph refers to the May 26, 2020 letter that was written by the controller of the Navajo Nation. As you know, this letter has been updated with the controller's letter of January 28th, which is also attached to this amendment. We are replacing the controller's letter of May 26th with the current letter of January 28th. And the language that is being stricken, all of paragraph R takes quotations from the May 26th letter. That's the reason it's being stricken, and the content, the whole content of the January 28 letter is being inserted and gives the information with regard to how much is available. And that information is included in the current controller's letter. So the reason paragraph R is being removed is because it has specific quotes from the May 26 letter that is being replaced with the most current controller's letter. Number 5, page 6, lines 14 through 28. Let's see. Again, has language that is referring to the
Ms. Khan? Are you there? Still on? Barbara, I think we lost Ms. Khan.
Thank you, Speaker. I am going to go find out what the problem is. It will be just a second.
Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was on explaining the contents of paragraph 4 and 5. I hope you heard me explain of why paragraph 4 was being stricken, because paragraph page 5, lines 23 through 28 had to do with renovation. That is why that language is stricken. The number 5, page 6, lines 4 through 16, that letter, that has to do with May 26th memo from the controller. The controller now has an updated memo, which is attached, will be attached as the new exhibit for the controller's letter, and that's the reason that that paragraph is being removed. The same reason for number 6, page 6, line 17 through 28. The same reason is there's reference in that paragraph to the controller's memo using the figures in the May 26th memo. As I said, that there is an updated memo of January 28th that will supply the information. Number 7, page 7, lines 15 through 18. The 15, this amendment is done to make it very clear that the total amount of money requested in this legislation will come from the fund principal. The language is strict in having to do with renovations and repair, because that will not be funded through this legislation. And the total amount is the new underlying figure is there at $4,890,281.50. And that new figure is underlined in that paragraph. Number 8, page 7, line 30, and page 8, line 1. States that the Navajo Nation directs the Division of Natural Resources Executive Director to initiate and complete the requirements for the purchase of the property. Now, the overstricken language says by October 31st, 2020. The new language says on or before February 26th, 2021. Number 9 is to exchange the Exhibit E, the controller's letter dated May 26, 2020, with the controller's letter dated January 28, 2021. Mr. Speaker, those are the amendments. Mr. Speaker, that will conclude my review of the amendments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khan. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Any other comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Speaker Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So, good morning. Floor is yours.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So put me in the queue for the Amendment 1.
Hey. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours. Chairman Daniel So, you're in the queue.
Since we took some pages out of this legislation, some regards to some numbers regarding the dollar numbers. So now, what are we talking about? The payment to of the property and the building. And then I was going to ask the same thing what Daniel So asked regards to the legislation. If it's changing, it's going to come out of order. And you read that, but it was defined so by Barbara. So thank you. Reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So, 4 minutes, 25 seconds. Moving on down, Chairman Daniel So, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Thank you, Cecilia, Honorable Speaker, Seth Damon, Otto, members of the distinguished and honorable 24th Navajo Nation Council, Otto Cecilia, Honorable Wilson Stewart, and to the moving parties on this amendment. My question would go to respective of the closing date on this property. I don't know if we should be tying the closing date to this particular legislation, because there are certain parameters that may be overlooked as far as what's required within this historic district of Washington, D.C. And something new may pop up and may prolong the closing date. And so that would be my question to, I guess, also include Mr. Halona with the Navajo Land Department, as well as to the writer of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll reserve my time with regarding Amendment 1 discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, colleagues, I was talking to staff, referring some matters. With that, Chairman Daniel So, reserve your time at 3 minutes, 22 seconds. Let me go back to Honorable Stewart, and I think there's some questions for us. Well, Chairman, actually, on the amendments, Chairman Yazzie, but I know you might refer it back to Honorable Stewart, or there's questions to Mike Halona, so I can go to Mr. Mike Halona, and then also there's clarity again by Honorable Eugene So on this amendment. With that, Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yes, just, the questions that are being brought up on the amendment, as we stated, we it was worked on by the staff. So I would like to go ahead and just refer them to Mr. Halona or Mr. Honorable Stewart, our attorney, sir.
Okay. Well, let me go to Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart.
To the Speaker, we can go with Mr. Halona and also Shambam Ms. Khan.
All right, great. Let me go to Mr. Halona first, and then I'll go back to Ms. Khan, and then I'll go back to the floor. Mr. Halona, are you on the line? Might have to press *6.
Good morning, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Yat Apen, Speaker, honorable delegates of the 24th Council, colleagues, DOJ, and the Legislative Council. A quick response to Honorable Delegate So's question. As of right now, we do not anticipate any changes that will be forthcoming. As far as we know, there'll be no new approvals that will delay or the closing. Everything's kind of tied to the settlement statement that we have received by the title company. The only other change would be in the event that the owner changes their mind, which is really not a possibility at this time for hanging with us for this long. We have already done the preliminaries as far as is there any hidden obstacles, challenges for the nation acquiring this property. And so far we have been able to address and provide the information needed to continue to purchase this property and building in the zone that it's in. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Salona. That is Ms. Khan on the line.
Mr. Speaker, I
Yes.
am on the line here.
Okay, great. Questions about Claire? I don't know if the question from Honorable Jun So, I don't know if you heard those. Just understanding more clarity of this amendment.
Mr. Speaker and Mr. Delegate Eugene So and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the purpose of these amendments is to remove any cost or mention of repair and renovation, the cost for that. And the language in the various paragraphs fleshes out what repairs and costs were, because those are not going to be paid for through this resolution. All description of those repairs and renovations are stricken over, and that is the bulk of this of the amendments. And with removing the repairs, and with removing the repairs, the cost for repairs and renovations, the dollar figure drops from the 4 million figure to the 5 million figure. Mr. Speaker, I am sorry if I'm not answering the question that is presented. I would like, if I haven't, please repeat that question. I was having problems switching from an available line to the one I have now. Please be patient with me. But if I need to, if you would please repeat the question.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Eugene So, was your question answered?
I understood. I understand that the finding of what they're saying right there regards to. What I'm saying is, regards to this legislation, we on page 6 of 8, most of the legislation in there from 4 over to 28 is deleted. There are some numbers, dollar sign numbers in there. I was wondering if it's the subtracting from what the cost would be, but as Mike mentioned, the cost still stands as settlement statement. So I figured that the cost is still the same, so that the page 6 is almost out of the legislation now. But I was just looking at those numbers in the dollar signs, the dollar numbers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Honorable Slater, good morning still. The floor is yours on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker. My question, or I guess the first question is this is removing the ability for the Washington office to spend
Honorable Slater, you cut out.
Can you hear me now, Speaker?
We can hear you now.
Okay. The first question is, so we're going to be taking out the ability for the Washington office to spend fund principal on renovation. So the question is, how quickly they be able to move into the office without that? And what is the source of renovating building if this legislation passes? And I think a part of the renovation is this area for, I think, almost any renovation approval from, I can't remember which authority.
Honorable Slater, yeah, you're going in and out. I can't hear you, understand.
Okay. Is this better? I have headphones. This is with the just doing speakerphone. Is that better?
That's better. Way better.
Okay. These are garbage headphones. Okay. To repeat, the question is, how quickly can the Washington office move into this new building if this legislation passes, considering that we'll be removing the renovation monies? And then what is the timeline working with the authorities who will have to approve renovations and construction, since we're in a special district right there? And then the last question is to Ledge Council on how does this legislation conform with the purposes of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund? The only item that I can see is that maybe this is some sort of economic development move, but if we're going to be buying something that can't be used essentially because we can't renovate it, or it's going to take a substantial amount of time, is that really an economic development decision? And I'll reserve the rest of my time right now. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 7 seconds. That, I don't have anybody else on the board. Any other comments, questions before I go back to the sponsor? There's none. Chairman Yazzie.
Okay.
Question
Speaker.
from Honorable Slater.
Mr. Speaker and Council, Honorable Slater, on your question. So I'll go ahead and go back to Mr. Halona on that, sir. On the question.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Halona?
Good morning. Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Great. I would have to refer that question to Shanti Lewis with the Washington office. I can't speak as to when they'll be able to move and how they're going to handle. But I can say is that the building from my visit in November of 2019, that it was in suitable shape for use now. It's just some of the cosmetics and would need to be fixed. So, but I'll turn the time over to Ms. Lewis. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. This is Santi Lewis with the Navajo Nation Washington office. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. To answer Council Delegate Slater's questions, as indicated by Mr. Halona, the building is suitable for immediate move-in. We can move in today. The premises can be used for economic development. For instance, there is a detached carriage house that sits at the rear of the building. And in the past, that building has been rented out to different organizations for a rental fee of $5,000 per month. So there is potential to not only rent the detached carriage house, but we can also use the front lawn area to rent it to other entities to host a variety of events. So there is a lot of opportunity In terms of renovation, the renovation that was included was just to produce renderings. We wanted to ensure that should this office ever be renovated, we want to ensure that that the Navajo values and design is conceptually included into that design. And so renderings would be offered before any construction would happen. So there's still a lot of research and, there's just a lot of research that needs to go into that before we even embark on that journey. So before we get ahead of ourselves, we just want to start with the acquisition. The building is primed for immediate occupancy, which we will gladly do. And as far as a possible renovation, that could be further down the line if that's something that we really want to do. And if we choose to renovate it, we can actually expand the building to include a large conference meeting area, which would also bring additional income into the Navajo Nation. So those are all possibilities, but currently there is economic development opportunity by renting not only the carriage house, but also the front lawn area for events. Delegate Slater, I believe that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues. Any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? There's none. Let me go back to reserve time. Chairman Henio, 3 minutes, 52 seconds.
To Speaker Damon. It looks like everything, all my questions were answered, and I'm ready to vote on Amendment number 1. I yield my time.
Thank you. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, I want to appreciate the amendment from Chairman Yazzie. I think in terms of this amendment, this legislation is finally legally, or with approval of this legislation, or of the amendment, this legislation will finally comply with Navajo Nation laws when it comes to the Navajo land acquisition. I'm deeply concerned that the Department of Land, who is authorized to utilize this fund, would draft and create and participate in a legislation that didn't legally meet those requirements. I'm equally concerned that the Navajo Nation Washington office would continue to try to champion such a legislation without this amendment, so that it would be a legal in compliance with our laws. I want to ask then, my question is, what happened to the $1.3 million that was available last year, according to the memo that we're now requesting to strike from the record? And I need to know from the Land Department, why won't you use your $4.2 million to purchase this property? And I'll need a breakdown in terms of what you're using that funds for, what you anticipate to use those funds for. I think you have too much authority to use this interest, $5 million, without any consent, except within your own office. And I reserve my time.
With that, 2 minutes, 57 seconds.
Speaker, this is Delegate McGay.
Moving on
I have a
down.
question.
Well, I'm going to be able to put you in the queue.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So, 4 minutes, 25 seconds.
As of now, on regards to this amendment, I waive my time. Put me in the queue and that's the final motion.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Eugene So. That, moving on down, Chairman Daniel So, 3 minutes, 22 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. My question then goes to Chief Legislative Counsel. If the date that's enumerated for the closing date, if that closing date day isn't met, does this legislation then become invalid? That's the reason I was questioning the closing date, because even in simple New Mexico, some of the purchases have taken longer than, and unanticipated items have delayed closing dates on purchases by the Navajo Nation within the state of New Mexico. So that's the reason I have a concern for this listing of the closing date. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll reserve my time based on the response.
Thank you. With that, reserve your time, Chairman Daniel. So 1 minute, 54 seconds. That, let me
Question
go,
of privilege, Speaker?
let me go to one more on reserve time, then I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Slater, 4 minutes, 7 seconds.
Question of privilege, Speaker?
Yes, question of privilege. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Just really quickly, we were sent a few documents since the, I guess in the last day. The first document was CJY-54-94, and along with it was Exhibit A, and then CAU-44-16 that was also sent to us in regards to, I believe it's this legislation. Are these documents still documents that are in place that we should be reviewing and referencing? Thank you, Speaker.
Let me go to Ms. Barbara or Ms. Khan for that question.
Speaker, this is Dana. I am going to have to refer to Ms. Khan because I am not sure who sent out the documents. I do believe that however, that the documents sent out were the legislations, resolutions establishing the legal structure. But I do defer to Ms. Khan.
Thank you, Barbara. Ms. Khan?
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I caught the title of the first resolution that was sent out. I just wanted to clarify that one. Our office did not send out the resolutions, the two resolutions, but just as Ms. Bob Roth has said, the two resolutions are the Navajo Nation law with regard to the Land Acquisition Trust Fund and the Navajo Nation Land Acquisition Act. And those are just, like I said, our office did not send those out. I guess they were sent out by somebody in the to give more information about the law of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund and the Land Acquisition Act. Mr. Speaker, those are just those are the legislation with regard to land acquisitions. Mr. Speaker.
Hello, are we still on?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Having technical difficulties. IT look it over or whatever. See if there needs to be anything changed out on it. Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go on to Honorable Slater. 4 minutes, 7 seconds on reserve time, and then I'll come back to the motion party.
Thank you, Speaker. My next question is, how many staff does the Washington office have right now, and what are their names and roles? And what is the maximum staffing capacity that we're envisioning at this space? And I'll yield my time.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Slater. Let me go back to the sponsor, Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker, members of the council, to the questions again on the amendment. I would go ahead and refer back to Ms. Lewis and then also Mr. Alona. Sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Delegate Yazzie, and to Delegate Slater's question. The Navajo Nation Washington office, according to their most current fiscal year budget, we have 6 positions that are funded, and so we currently have 4 staff, which includes myself. We have the Deputy Executive Director, Maxine Hillary. We also have our Communications Officer, Brandy Tom Hayes. And we also have an Administrative Services Officer, Cassandra Chi Tom. So at the moment, we have 2 positions that are vacant. Included in the next... included in the next legislation is a proposed budget for the Navajo Nation Washington office to replenish the funding that was taken out of our budget to fill 2 key positions. Those 2 key positions being an Administrative Services Officer as well as a Government and Legislative Affairs Associate. Recently, the Navajo Nation Washington office met with the Office of the President and Vice President to discuss our strategic needs and to also to request support for strategizing and reimagining the future for the Navajo Nation Washington office. We will be drafting those plans this coming month to ensure that the Navajo Nation Washington office has sufficient staff and to also look to the future about how this office can be properly funded to ensure that we are effective. We want to ensure that our advocacy meets, that we are able to cover all portfolio issues. We want the Navajo Nation to invest in this office. We have existed since 1984, and we hope that you guys continue to support us. So those are some of what we plan to provide in the near future. So hope that provides a little bit more information. Thank you, Delegate Slater and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
You.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Minton. Can you add me to the
Solona?
queue?
Yes, I'll add you to the queue, Madam Chair. Solona?
Good afternoon. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Ya nanate, ado kodo nanda dos kidiki sheha, yigidash song. I said, you know, ya get a kiddo halita that is Nanki by Henson. I call Honorable Delegate Crotty asked questions on why we can't use the 1.3 and how is it that we get a large amount budgeted. First of all, we go through the regular budgeting process, and our budget is approved by DNR, RDC, Budget and Finance. It's all included, and the budget is formulated. Previously, we used to only get funding for personnel, travel, supplies, communication repairs, the normal office operation to manage this fund was what we used to be budgeted. And then several years ago, OMB, because then after that, when an acquisition was decided upon, then we come through a full process as we're doing now to expend the funds and the amounts needed. And then several years ago, OMB said, well, why don't we just budget the full amount so you don't have to come back and ask for those funds when you have acquisitions? You can move quickly because we missed out on a lot of acquisitions that would have been very beneficial to the nation to be able to do that. And so we have two staff that oversee the acquisition and program and the processes. They develop all the contracts. When we're looking at any appraisals are then contracted out. We do the inspections, so we need travel, just all of that. And then we have our lease and rental. That's the amount that we have for paying all property taxes for Navajo Nation owned fee lands that we pay property taxes on. That was another area where we'd have to submit everything and get approval, and it just increased late fees and penalties for paying our taxes. So we still put it in the budget process. But because of the FY, we get invoices prior to the FY funding being available. So that we still pay some penalties on some of the late stuff that come in before the FY budget is approved. The capital outlay is where funds are put for acquisition, and what we're able to do with those funds is then acquire property. Right now, those funds are been designated for several acquisitions. One is the old Carson Trading Post in Herfinale. Acquisition for the chapter, 630 acres, I believe it was, to be able to bring the Head Start school that was built on private property, and we encroach. And so that's where the dialogue started to purchase that land, and then it went into the whole section. And so it's been a couple of years, 3 years, working on through all the aspects, even the environmental. Sometimes we have to hire environmental firms to come and do the environmental phase 1, phase 2. So we're not acquiring any liabilities when we purchase some of these properties. We also are now working on 3 allotments to acquire 3 allotments in Eastern Agency that was offered to the Navajo Nation. And the Skis chapter, the Shechelka chapter, and then up by Vicente has also been offered. So We've done appraisals, we've done the offers, we're going back and forth and fixing up the titles, and then we'll be moving forward to acquire those. So that is what those funds are set aside for those acquisitions for in the near future. We still have several properties that we still need to appraise. We have some tribal ranches that are in the works now. We got to get the appraisals done on those. We're doing one for the Chavez Ranch right now. That's been contracted out to the appraiser. So those are what those funds will be used for, the remaining funds that are in our budget. Yeah.
Thank you. That, let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. Honorable Elmer Begay, the floor is yours. On Amendment 1.
Good morning again, Speaker. I don't know, members of the Navajo Nation Council. Then Ms. Luce, I thought, share. I have a question. I know that you mentioned that the properties that we're talking about, you're saying that it can be available for commercial development and for economic development. So, can you elaborate more on it? If it's ready for that, how soon? Once you move in, how soon can that economic development part of that be available to start off on it? That'll be my question. Thank you, Speaker. Reserve my time.
What do you mean?
Thank you.
Sorry. Sorry, I had staff talking to me. Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 4 minutes flat? 4 minutes flat. Great. Okay, with that, let me go ahead and go back to Madam Chair Charleston, and then I'll go back to, I think there's still a response that is needed from Ledge Council, and then back to the sponsor. Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Question of privilege, Speaker?
Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, did you recognize me to speak?
Yes.
I apologize. Speaker, if I could, if Ms. Lewis could answer the question posed by Honorable Begay, I think that will help me to ask the right question following. Thank you. If that's allowed, Speaker. Hello, Speaker, are you there?
Okay. Thank you. Let me go back to not only, we start off with Ms. Barbara, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you. And this response is to Delegate, or excuse me, to Chairman So's question about the date, which is included in the proposed amendment is number 8, and what it essentially speaks to is that if you're looking at the bottom of page 7, it reads, the Navajo Nation directs the Division of Natural Resources Executive Director to initiate and complete the requirements for the purchase of real property before February 26, 2021, if the amendment is approved, through the commercial real estate purchase agreement negotiated in this matter. And then it goes on further. So Chairman So's question was, what happens if the purchase is not completed by February 26, 2001? It is my opinion that if the purchase is not completed by that time, that the funds would remain in the principal, that the purchase would have to be canceled, lack of a better word. However, as I look at the legislation, I don't believe that that date is, including a date, is necessary. I believe that you could take out, I'm starting on page 7, line 30, at the very end of line 30, you could take out before October 31st, 2020. That would be February 26, 2020 if the amendment passed. So you could take out language before, you could take out the language about the date, so it was just reading and complete the requirements for the purchase of real property through the commercial real estate purchase agreement. That would protect the funding if something comes up in completing the purchase. You also, another option is you could put in, you could do, instead of February 26, 2021, you could do a date in March, April, May, whichever. I hope that answers the question, and I will await further instructions. Thank you, Chairman So and Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, back to the sponsor. Any further response, Chairman Yazzie?
Speaker.
Those questions to your agents.
Speaker?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So on the amendment, again, colleagues, just would like your support. You know, we talked about this yesterday, that everyone worked together and try to make out the wording and what we're talking about now. Appreciate again all the questions, but Speaker, I think there was a question directed to Ms. Lewis, Madam Chair Newton. So we'd like to give Ms. Lewis some time, sir.
Ms. Lewis.
Thank you. To answer Delegate Mr. Delegate Begay's question, Elmer Begay, I wanted just to share with the council that on 2 separate occasions, we provided a virtual binder to the council. If you are able to use a search function, the binder was shared on December 23rd, 2020, as well as January 7th, 2021. And we also included a table of contents. And so one of those items included was item number 3, architectural rendering / conceptual design for 11D Street Southeast. So when we were engaged in early conversations with the owner shared with us that there were potentially a previous entity who wanted to procure the building and to also renovate. And so that entity had paid an architecture firm to produce the renderings that are included in this binder or in your binder. And so this was provided and shared with the council to allow you to reimagine what this property could be. This is just an example of something that we may want to consider in the future. 11 D Street Southeast, it sits on 0.15 acres. It's over 3,700 square feet. And so the property itself actually spans 4 lots. One of those lots, if you can imagine a rectangle and cut it into 4 squares. So the main building is located on the first and second blocks. Blocks 3 and 4 is open space, so sort of grassy area, and then the carriage house sits in the back. So when you look at the property, and I know that you guys have some images of it, you'll notice that the left side of the building is not built up to the full height of the building. It's a 1-story ground level annex to the building. So if the idea was to extend the building all the way to the next property, just because that's where a row of townhouses began, and so it would adjoin the next property. So then you would increase the square footage of this building, and it could become, it would allow for the Navajo Nation to build out a larger conference area for large meetings. That was the idea. However, as previously stated, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. I think that we want to procure the building first. But if it is the vision for the council to continue developing this property, which we would recommend, we can start doing that research with the land department and come up with a more robust budget and plan that help conceptualize what we want to do. And again, we want to make sure that all the stakeholders have a part in that. Not only the Navajo Nation Council, possibly the judicial branch, as well as the executive branch. It is important that that this acquisition is recognized as a home for the Navajo people in Washington, D.C. So we want to make sure that it is representative of Diné, and we know that it's not just going to take one party making all of the decisions. We want to have a more inclusive approach. And so should that ever happen, we look to our Navajo leadership to give us that direction and to let us know. But for the time being, as what we are proposing today is just for the acquisition only. However, there's still revenue. There is still the possibility to generate income from this property by renting the carriage house that sits in the back, as well as the lawn space that's out next to the property that covers 2 parcels. So I hope that provides a little bit more information, and I encourage you to also take a look at those architectural renderings that were included in the virtual binder. Again, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lewis. Hi, colleagues. Any other comments, questions on amendment number 1? I don't have anybody in the queue at this time.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have you on reserve time. Anybody else in the
Didn't
queue?
use any time. I actually called for a question of privilege, so my time shouldn't have been used.
You did call for a question of privilege. And then okay, Madam Chair, I recognize you before you call for the question of privilege. And you did indicate that you were talking on that question. So at this time, I recognized you at that time. So you have 4 minutes and 47 seconds, and that's what you used to answer your question.
No, Speaker, that's incorrect. You called upon me. I called a question of privilege, and I asked that Ms. Lewis answer the question that was posed by Honorable Elmer Brigade before I ask my next question, which would help me pose my question, Speaker. So technically, I didn't use any time since you called upon me for a question of privilege.
Well, Madam Chair, at the time when I gave you the floor, I didn't recognize the question of privilege. I just gave you the floor. So you do have 4 minutes and 47 seconds. You used 13 seconds. So
Speaker, can I ask why you didn't recognize my question of privilege?
Because I recognized you before you even said question of privilege because you were in the queue already.
So you ignored my question of privilege?
No, when you stated the question of privilege, you moved forward with your question. I didn't recognize it. And the reason why I didn't recognize it is because you were already recognized under your time that was allocated to you.
So what happened to my question of privilege then?
Are you raising a question of privilege right now, Madam Chair, Charles Newton?
No, I'm just clarifying and I'm asking because as a delegate, I raised a question of privilege and it sounds like you ignored that question of privilege. So I just want to know the question of privilege that I raised, like, are you ignoring it? I don't know what happened to that question of privilege. What your response was to the question of privilege.
Hey, Madam Chair Crotty, we're looking at it. Madam Chair Charles Newton, we're rewinding the tape. Give us 5 minutes.
Speaker Damon, point of privilege. Delegate Crotty.
And Chair Amber Crotty, point of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. While your staff is rewinding the tape, I'd like to ask Legislative Council. I'm concerned with the Land Department using the land acquisition income for their personnel and other areas. Is that, now that I'm red flagging that, is that the appropriate use for the land acquisition funds? Was that the intent? I know there was some amendments, but I need to be clear, and if I could get some guidance from Legislative Council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Go to Legislative Council.
Thank you, Speaker. This is actually a question that I wish to do. I would like to defer to the Department of Justice and OMB. I will tell you my take on it, and I did raise it with the Department of Justice after the Department of Justice did their review along the way, stating that the Land Acquisition Trust Fund can only be used for land acquisitions. Looking at what is in that account, which is 41,500, you do have, as Delegate Crotty has pointed out, you have personnel, you have supplies, you have other items. Those are all in there in support of acquisitions, but I did raise the questions myself. I do believe that the Department of Justice and OMB were going to discuss it further. Hearing from the Land Department yesterday, that account has been budgeted that way for I think Mr. Halona said at least a decade, if not longer. So that is the best answer I have right now to respond to Delegate Crotty's question, but I do believe DOJ is on the line. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Crotty.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellowhead. Delegate Yellowhead.
Yes,
I'm online for the records. I just got off the meeting from RPAC meeting.
Okay.
Kat, I'm on the line. Thank you.
Good morning.
For the record. Kat,
Okay.
good morning.
Actually, good afternoon. With that, Madam Chair Charles Lewin, what had happened was I recognized you to go to you because you're in the queue. You're the next one that was lined up. At that point, you stated you stated question of privilege. I did not hear that question of privilege. That was when we were fiddling around with the technicality issue. And because of that, I gave you the floor. I asked you stated, Speaker, do I have the floor? And I said yes. And when I referred to you as saying yes, it was my understanding that I was giving you the floor to speak because you were next in line for the queue. So with that, Madam Chair Crotty, I did not recognize that question of privilege due to that fact.
That's Madam Chair Charles Newton, Speaker.
I mean, Madam Chair Charles Newton. But the fact is that I did not hear that question of privilege.
Speaker,
so with that,
a question of privilege.
Yes, question of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So then my question is, since you didn't hear the question of privilege and there was a mix-up because you were being interrupted by staff, what happened to my question of privilege? Because I thought when you recognized me after I called question of privilege, that time was not being taken away from me. My request was to hear the response from Ms. Lewis before I was going to be recognized so that I could properly pose my questions to Ms. Lewis. So again, what happens now, since you didn't hear the question of privilege, but it is on the recording, and I called the question of privilege and you recognized me, and I thought you recognized me from the question of privilege. So if you could please explain to me now what will happen.
In moving forward, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, Madam Chair Charles Newton, you did get your question that was referred, and I referred that question back to the individual at the time that wanted or needed to respond back to you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. And in that case, you're with what was stated on the recording, you will get your 13 seconds back. So you do have 5 minutes on the clock as of this time. So Madam Chair Charles Newton, you're in the queue. Floor is yours. I am so sorry, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, for the mix-up. Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Chancellor Speaker Damon, and then also colleagues who are currently in on this debate. Speaker, my question is in regards to the legislations that have been forwarded to us, CAU-44-16. This is my understanding from reading the legislation. If you look at page 2 of 11 on that page, it does state that it's allowing for real estate from the original land acquisition, the Navajo Nation policy and acquisition of lands. But it also states in C on that page that the Navajo Nation has the ability to invest in real property. However, the laws must allow the Navajo Nation to compete, or it will continue to lose opportunities to acquire prime property that can bring more revenue to the Navajo Nation. I think that that is the key word here, bring more revenue to the Navajo Nation. The reason I had asked to hear what the response was from Ms. Lewis regarding the economic development was because I was hoping to hear that they would be bringing revenue, because as she previously stated, that there is a big conference room and possible rental of a carriage house. The question that I had is how much revenue will this office and the rental of the carriage house bring? But it sounded as if she was saying that this binder that was sent to us is a plan to develop, which in my mind means this binder is a plan that's going to be asking for more money from council. So in essence, it's kind of like, tit for tat. You give us the money to make this purchase. We're going to ask you for more money to develop it. And hopefully it will bring in revenue, which totally defies the purpose of CAU-44-16. In addition to that, I also want to point out that the purpose of acquiring new lands are, one, to consolidate Indian holdings and checkerboard areas wherever the best interests of the Navajo residing in the areas and the welfare of the Navajo Nation are served there. Two, to provide grazing lands for members of the Navajo Nation who do not have grazing permits. Three, to provide additional or substitute lands for members of the Navajo Nation who reside in overcrowded areas of the reservation. 4, to relieve reservation land resources from excessive use. And 5, provide land necessary for approved Navajo Nation economic development. I can see the argument in this case that this office could possibly bring in some revenue, but again, there's no clear indication, which to me just seems that this whole legislation is actually pushing the bounds to try to make this purchase with these funds. All I keep thinking back to is a meeting that I had with people in Tuahajale regarding their public safety concerns. And I'm thinking that this money could go building a command center for them so that they can have public safety out there, because it does, fall within the lines that are stated here. So So I guess I'm having a little bit of a hard time trying to figure out how does this, how does this legislation fall within the guidelines or within the law that has been stipulated under CAU-44-16. It just doesn't go in line with me, or at least for me it doesn't, and maybe I can get some clarification on that. In addition to that, I also want to state that there was an increase for how much, the $342.01 that was indicated on the amendment, page 4, line 24. So it went from $24,691.62 for rent to $25,033.63 for rent. That to me is, it's like, I feel like it's not really, it's a desperate attempt to justify the approval of this legislation. And then also the four staff who are currently in that office. I think that there's a lot of issues with this, but for me, the main issue is how does this amendment that fixes the legislation actually fall in line with those that are under CAU-44-16? Because we all are accountable to our people, and I just cannot justify how purchasing a land in Washington, D.C. Achieves any of the goals that I listed or any of the purposes that were listed in CAU-44-16. With that, Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time.
Time. Right on the dot, Madam Chair, you 5 minutes. That, we go back to the floor. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. So let me go back to reserve time. Let me go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Floor is yours, 2 minutes, 57 seconds.
Speaker, I was waiting for my question of privilege to be answered. Thank you, by DOJ. I don't know if I need to reserve my time.
No, it's already, you already asked the question. Department of Justice?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. This is Mel Rodas from DOJ.
Rodas, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I believe Honorable Crotty's question refers to expenditure of land acquisition trust fund dollars for object codes such as personnel, travel supplies, and other things other than land acquisition. I did look at that as well and corresponded with OLC briefly about it. And I did have the same question because DOJ, issued a memo that stated that the fund could be utilized for land acquisition, property taxes, and I would add to that appraisal costs. And so I wasn't clear on what the history was behind, why personnel costs, travel, supplies, and other items had been added to the budget. But that budget has gone through various levels of approval. So, it was approved by RDC, BFC, Navajo Indian Council. It's really a policy decision as to how to handle that. If leadership wants to, address that in terms of amending the budget or just being conscious of that in next budget season. I'm not sure how leadership wants to address that, but I will say that I had the same concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That, Madam Chair Amber, on reserve time, 2 minutes, 57 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, appreciate if I could ask, we're going to be amending the comprehensive budget in following legislation. I'd like to know if I think then this budget should be amended to use for its intended purpose. Navajo Nation has a long, dark history when it comes to land purchases. I think this is an area that should be absolutely transparent. I appreciate that in future purchases, it'll help relieve some of the issues at Eastern Agency. And so I want to thank the Eastern Land Board and the commissioners for working on that. I think what's not clear in this legislation is if I could get from the controller this exhibit or this memo. It's on my digital page 206. These are actually a cost-benefit analysis, and there's 2 recommendations. I just need a high-level summary in terms of those recommendations because I'm concerned about the operation and maintenance, and in terms of this being considered more of an investment property. Speaker, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Hey, reserve at 1:30. All right, moving on down. Chairman Daniel So, 1 minute, 54 seconds on Amendment 1.
I'll waive my time. Thank you.
Hey, Chairman. Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay, 4 minutes.
Good morning, Speaker. Around the members of the council, though, around Chair Wedo, Ms. Luce. After responding to my question, so you didn't really went into the how long it's going to take or how much it's going to take again to start the economic development that you guys are looking at, and I need that information. See how soon can this? Is it available right now? Once you go in, that you can start having the economic development be placed in there, because as we know that with Navajo Nation, that we bought so many lands and properties, and today they're just out there. We're not even really making any investment or economic development yet. So how soon do you think? I'm looking at the one that you sent me, the conceptual drawings of those design. Wait my time. I mean, so reserve my time, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Every time at 2 minutes and 40 seconds. That moving on down, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Oh, you had no time, sorry. Let me go ahead and go. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Any other comments, questions before I go back? Sponsor. There's none. We go back to sponsor, Chairman Yazzie.
Okay, Speaker Damon, members of the council, again, appreciate all the questions that are being brought forth. One of the questions was directed to Ms. Lewis on Honorable Begay's question, so I'll go ahead and refer this back to Ms. Lewis.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis, you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you,
Go ahead,
Delegate Yazzie. Excuse me. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, floor is yours.
Yes.
Okay, all right. To answer Delegate Bigay's question, I want to make clear that the property, if acquired today, currently has economic opportunities. Again, we can rent the detached carriage house that sits out back, and the income that has typically been generated by renting that building has been $5,000 per month. In addition, there is the outside lawn area that can also be leased out for special events. So should the Navajo Nation choose to expand the property to enhance the current economic opportunities, we could certainly build out the property. And again, so long as that is the direction Navajo leadership wants to take, we would start that immediately. And we would work with the Navajo Land Department as well as other entities to ensure that happens. Unfortunately, I do not have an amount, but during our early phase of looking at what it might take, we've heard a figure as high as $6 million, and that's to hire a contractor. That's to get all of the permits and appraisals, the permission, like all of the licenses, permits, and I guess building costs that it would take to expand the building. But again, that's we look to Navajo Nation leadership to give us that charge. And I think that I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge some of the other, some of our work and how we build on expanding economic development opportunities for the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation Washington office works very hard to ensure that key legislation is passed in favor of the Navajo Nation. This past year, we worked zealously to ensure the passage of the Navajo-Utah Water Rights Settlement that provided more than $220 million for water infrastructure. We also ensured that
Yes, question and privilege. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. It's my understanding the Navajo Nation hired a lobbying firm for the Utah water rights. Can we, as council, get how much the nation spent on lobbyists for the Utah water rights? Thank you, Speaker.
Did you get that? Yes, we will reach out to the Department of Justice. Mr. Rodas, you heard that request. I don't know if you're available to get that immediately. If not, please email Ms. Yazzie if you can. If you can't, we'll go ahead and wait for that and get that information as soon as we get it. We'll go ahead and disseminate that information, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. That, Ms. Lewis, back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But also other critical programs. We ensured the continuity of the special diabetes program for Indians. We also ensured that there was increased funding for water sanitation projects. So those are just a few notable efforts that we help promote and that we achieve here at this office. And so I know that our economic support of the Navajo Nation as a whole is not just limited to what we bring in terms of what this property brings in, but our work and how we support the Navajo Nation. So I just wanted to offer that as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and on back to the floor. Honorable Daniels, on amendment number 1. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. Shnat Anwashinigi, the 24th Council, Arunan Kodo, begin to the Amendment 1, Arun Kodo to the legislation as well, Kodo Ngaidam. She says, Zendo E Kodo Ngaid, Nafu, in first case, was that Ladida. Lay Nas Kodo Ngaidam, Nes Nana Dane, Shlatin. Nes not Dane, Nachigo, in first case, was that Ladida. Arunana Kodo Ngaidam. I didn't take it, I could on a raid, Nagal Chinnet on and I street in a raid. Nagakin Halkid. Oh, yeah, baby, yeah, land, the Jacob. That's what I don't want to see, but could on a raid them. Who went Bashi dot ish. As Robbie, you know. I has tried on that in the store less. So you would I but car drop by instant could go with a question that on later. Now, rather can cut it all, though, occasionally. Oh, yeah, but 100. Because I see wonder, but the bunch but again to let go, it has tried about 100. So, do that, Eggy, take it off. The rate I could okay, but she feels, I don't rate here, Kim. But I now, I see in Jonathan lesson for one, just kid got it. But not Schnelly could on the rate down. They're going to be working closely with the BC delegate. So, could on the rate, CARES Act. I go in Dash, and Hashin. Arunana Kododa Hashil Sobin, Kodoba Yale Tigo. So that ego, when Shrango, what's in that down, Kodona Rekinal Gaja, I use Vananish is idolish. So that Elba Band, that's capable. Arunana Nagada water right, water settlement, how that's Utah water settlement. Edo that's. So I'm looking down the road for our future generations, Kodona Bay for our children. 50 years, 100 years down the road. Like on later, could I get, I'd have long the whale, later, banana should I eat la? I don't could I, Hinana, for council. But I see Papa eat station, so I could as the hand sort of Papa street is, so I could be to lay them down and he not eat all this. It down at on it and then I would have an Sheila, so as in fact, case all this add. So idea that Ecuador Arunana could on way should have one the hall who kay and the hall made or came the hall now. Has the need all this, here and bear husband at all this. Be you don't have a high lad all this, be you don't have a hall lad all this. Be you don't all this, they need kid all this. No can't ebesta. They need kid all this, could have best with that. Oh, you know, they all cut, but that I don't know that, and that the Yedo Kodo at any kid or less. Hanaja. Is it been Yekodo issues has been a Winston or Adonana Kodona Gaidam. I wonder, here for Leon, I enjoy Kodo a Hashin for the is Twitter and that is. I wonder how one is me, Adonana eat list me that Adonana be get off Santa Yada, egin that a dot, Asha in Niger. What I be in Hashin the days next to a lesson for one, that's case and has been done. Of course, she did a Baba de Sekodo. I don't know, I don't know, I see you about night the kid, but Kodo, a minute that as Nagi Kodo about Bonnet, I don't know the legislation of Kodo, but the Honnet, not called. So, idiot that Ecuador dam. Once for about zero, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. That I don't have anybody else in the queue, so I'm gonna go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 1 minute, 30 seconds on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker. I did ask about operating and maintenance. I've asked that a few times, at least 5 times on this legislation. But I could get that answer, and I'll reserve my time.
Operating and maintenance. Every time at 1 minute, 21 seconds. Honorable Elmer Begay, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Then I'll go back to the sponsor.
Thank you, Speaker. Aron Wedo, Ms. Luce again. I think we're trying to look at this as a commercial where it's going to pay for itself. and on understanding that we understand the concept of the Navajo teaching, that underneath. So we look at you like somewhere we could start the economic development on it right away. Then it could pay for itself. Then we could look at it that that there's something really our kids are people that we know how to do it, not depending on your mom and dad or the whole government itself again. So. What will be the plans you guys are looking at to start this right away? I will reserve my time, Speaker.
That was every time. Honorable Alma Brigade, did you say waive or reserve your time?
Reserve my time.
Okay. Reserve your time at 1 minute, 14 seconds. Let me go back to the sponsor, Chairman Yazzie, and then there was questions directly towards Ms. Lewis and Mr. Alona. So with that,
Okay.
Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker, members of the council, I would go ahead and defer the good questions to Ms. Lewis and Mr. Halona, sir. Speaker?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, all right. This is Santa Lewis with the Navajo Nation Washington office. We currently pay over $25,000 per month in rent.
Question of
Hello? Speaker, I'm pausing because there's a question of privilege.
Speaker, are you there? Staff?
Hold on, he's coming back. Chairman.
Honorable Niz, if you could keep pro tem for a few minutes.
Thank you. Question of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newman.
Speaker, I do have two questions. One is, are you okay? You just don't seem to be in this meeting today, so I hope everything is okay. Two is, there was a question posed by a delegate. However, in previous meetings, there was a delegate who did, as a question of privilege, raise the issue of decorum and made it clear that the speaker had to recognize people to speak So I didn't hear the recognition of Ms. Lewis, and so that was why I called a question of privilege. Thank you, Speaker.
I'm perfectly okay, Madam Chair. The reason why I'm probably in and out is I'm trying to fix this amendment for 006-21, making sure everything's appropriate for that. And then I'm also making sure everything's appropriate in line with this amendment. So sorry for me to be, I guess, out of touch for the certain portions of the meeting, but at the time I did recognize that I was going to Mr. Stewart, and then I already authorized that he, when I stated that a recognition that you'd go to Ms. Lewis and then Honorable Halona, and the reason why, to be honest, is because I needed to use the restroom. So that, Ms. Lewis, floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So our current operating expenses for our current space, we pay over $25,000 in rent, and the exact figure is $25,033.63, and it increased starting January 1st, 2021. In addition to our rent, we pay anywhere between $200 to $500 in operating expenses. And what the building does is they combine, they add up all of the utility expenses, and then they bill in proportion to how much building space you actually use. And so that is our pro rata share of operating expenses. We are also billed for other areas that are offered to us for use, such as an exercise room for the employees. So those are additional expenses, and as well as our parking. Parking is at $570 per month. I believe that there's also some extraneous expenses that we do incur from time to time, such as having to replace the keys or having to replace our badges should we lose them. That hasn't happened this year, but those do tend to come up every now and then. If we do move to 11D, there was an operations and maintenance budget that was prepared, and it was also included in the binder. It's the last page. It's the last few pages of that binder. So since the Navajo Nation is purchasing this property outright, we would not have a rental fee to pay each month. However, we would be responsible for all utilities. Based on what the previous owner paid, he paid nearly $373 per month for water, gas, and electricity. And if you just use that amount and estimate what the annual amount would be, that comes out to $4,476 for the year. We also included some landscaping costs. We estimate that at $120 a month and $1,440 per year. We also included cleaning services at $100 per week. Just because of COVID, we are in a heightened state, and so the monthly cost of higher cleaning services comes out to $500 per month and $6,000 annually. We also included the estimated tax liability at $16,000 per year, insurance at $2,500, and we also included a suggested deferred maintenance fund, which might cover anything that might need to be looked at or attended to. And so the total annual budget comes out to $32,416. However, that depends on whether or not we would we would actually be utilizing the full budgeted amount. That we recognize our intent to be very cost conservative, and so I don't know if we would actually use all of these. So that was the budget that was generated, but upon working with General Services would also assist NNWO to secure contracts for these services. So I hope that answers the question I had. Thank you.
Thank you. That, anything else to add, Mr. Holona?
Good afternoon, Speaker, honorable delegates, and those that are on the call. I just wanted to add a couple of things. I think, you look at Title 16, Section 5, it speaks to how the budget and operating is formulated for the management and custodianship of the not only of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund, but all acquisitions and disposals of land that we deal with all the time, and some of the projects that we're working on to be able to do that. And we supplied a lot of the information as to what acquisitions are in the queue. Information on all the acquisitions that have happened for the Navajo Nation since 1930. And so, and then Ms. Shanti did a good job of explaining that, the building itself, the use, and the maintenance and operation, approximate numbers as to what it will cost to keep the operating of the building and upkeep of the grounds of the property when acquired in DC. Thank you.
Thank you. My colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the board. I do have on amendment number 1, Honorable Holona. Floor is yours. Honorable Holona?
Speaker, am I on now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, and everybody, 24th Navajo Nation Council, yeah, hey, and also, Council, Mr. Holona, thank you for your expertise, and Santi Lewis, thank you. This amendment that we're talking about right now, keep mulling it over and coming up with all these different excuses on why we don't want to approve this legislation. Clearly, this legislation, this building that we're trying to purchase, is a benefit to the Navajo Nation. I know some of my colleagues really see that right now, but we're looking at it in the long term. Not just 1 year, not just 1 day or 1 month. It's a long-term investment. All these different scenarios that we're pulling up, they're, to me, it's not a big concern. The big concern is purchasing the building first. There's a lot of benefit to this building. I don't know if you're hearing it or not, but the one benefit that you're looking at is that if we rent out the house in the back, the little cottage in the back for 1 month, that's enough to pay for the utilities for a whole year. So I urge my colleagues to look at it in that fashion, that this is a big investment that we're running here. I think, we're chewing it over and over and over. It's not getting us anywhere. We need to make a decision now This is a good investment for the Navajo Nation. This investment pays for itself. The building that we're in now, where we're presently renting, $25,000 a year, or excuse me, a month. And that's going to go up in February. This is an investment that we're going to be getting back at some point in time. It's not something that we're throwing away like we're throwing it away right now. It's paying $25,000 a month. That money will never come back to the nation. We need to see and look at it in that way, that we're making an investment for the Navajo Nation. I look at it that some of the ranches out there that we purchased, those might have been, worse than the one we're trying to do now. And the money that we're trying to use it to get it to buy the building, there's still a lot of money there, and we're only talking about a little bit more than $5 million. And to go into the building, and there's still going to be costs that we're going to have to do. There's some probably phone lines, additional computer lines, and different things that need to be put in the building so that we can run out of that building the services that we've been working with. So I think, we need to look past it and see that this is an investment for the Navajo Nation. We're always talking about, this is the Navajo Nation. This is the money that belongs to the people. Yes, it is a money that belongs to the people, but we're not throwing it away. At this point, $25,000 a month, we're throwing that away. We need to put that money into this building and keep an investment for the Navajo Nation. So I urge my colleagues to look that way, look into the future. We're just looking at it today and spending the money today. We have to look farther into the future. That building is going to be sitting right next to where the parking lot where the people drive out of there from Congress and Senate. And they're going to be looking at our building with our flag every day when they drive into that building and park. When they leave every day, it's going to be Navajo Nation on their mind because they're going to be seeing it. That's the location that we are trying to purchase. I think we need to, I would like to call a cease debate on this, Speaker. And cease debate, vote on this, Speaker. That's my request motion. Thank you.
A point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
I have 9. Okay. That point of privilege, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I did ask the controller to provide a high-level summary of her memo on the cost-benefit analysis. Speaker, if I could get that response, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Controller, you on the line? Madam Controller.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes. Yes.
Hi, Speaker. Good afternoon, Speaker. This is Brent Wanika with the Controller's Office. I can answer that if you will have me, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. Back to Honorable Crotty's question about just a high-level view on the cost-benefit analysis. Pretty straightforward. Just to sum it up, long-term wise, yes, it would make sense as long as you're going to hold it, for at least 20 years. Short-term wise, if we're going to hold this thing less than 10 years, the memo pretty much just says to continue on with the leases. So obviously the most expensive is going to be buying the building, and you just heard everything that would come with it. We took the standpoint of just the information that was provided, and we took an unbiased view just to look at expenses that were provided. And that's pretty much straightforward. So again, long-term, this makes sense. Short-term, might as well stick with the lease. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. There's two ways. I'm gonna go back to Honorable Holona's request. There's two. Right now, I just have Madam Chair Amber Crotty and Honorable Elmer Brigade. Let me go back to see if they want to continue on. If you do, then I'll go ahead and recognize the motion. Honorable Holona. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 1 minute, 21 seconds. Are you wanting to still continue on?
The delegate ran out of time, Speaker. You cannot recognize that motion. And I'd still like to ask questions.
Okay, well, I'm recognizing this motion, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty. Honorable Holona, motion to cease debate. There was 10 individuals that were on amendment number 1. And on amendment 101, there's been a healthy debate. There's been all the players that have been in here. I do believe that constitutes as a
point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you. I'd like to ask if there's any tax liens or any property taxes on this property. Thank you, Speaker.
Of course there is.
That, colleagues, please
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Please refrain from commenting. I'm sure Amber Crotty has asked a point of privilege. With that, let me go to that point of privilege would probably be to either Ms. Lewis or Mr. Holona.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Yes, man. Honorable Charles Newton. Let me get the answer for this point of privilege, unless if it's interfering with the point of privilege at hand. Madam Chair, Charles
I'm good
Newton.
with you getting the answer first.
I'm getting
Speaker.
Point of privilege on or Ms. Lewis or Mr. Holona.
Speaker, this is Nancy Lewis. For the previous tax year, the owner paid $15,569 in taxes for this property. So the estimated tax liability is at $16,000. And I also defer to Mr. Holona to discuss the due diligence that was completed by his department. Thank you.
Mr. Holona.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable delegates. There is no tax lien on this property. Everything is up to date, and we upon approval, then we'll start discussing tax exemption with the authorities there, because it will be owned by a sovereign nation. So those are other bridges that we will cross to try to get tax reduction or be able to do exemption for taxes if that's possible. So we will be looking at all of those alternatives since it's going to be owned by a sovereign nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, your point of privilege.
Yes, Speaker. My actually is a question of privilege, and I'm trying to find this information, so I'm hoping that Legislative Council can assist me with this. But, Speaker, this is not the first time that a woman has been disrespected by the delegate who has yelled out in response to Delegate Crotty. I know in the code, it does, in the rules of decorum, it does state that if a delegate is showing disrespect, that they can be quieted for the rest of council. So I'd like to ask Dana what that rule is. And Speaker, because this is not the first time, I would like to ask that you put this delegate on warning and remind him of the rules, because this type of disrespect cannot continue. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Ms. Barbara?
Speaker, this is Ms. Bob Ross. I will need a few minutes to search for what Chairwoman Charles Newton is asking for. Give me just a second.
It's Rule 3, conduct of a delegate during when Navajo Nation Council is in session. Is that verified, Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. This is Ms. Bobroff. What Delegate Charles Newton question was if a delegate acted disorderly, what was the provision that what actions could be levied against the delegate? Actually, in the code itself, we would start with 2 NNC 102 D, which states the Navajo Nation Council shall have all powers to discipline and or regulate the conduct of its members unless provided otherwise. Then we look to rules 2 and 3 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. Rule 2 states that the failure of any delegate of Navajo Nation Council to comply with these rules of order shall be deemed disorderly behavior. A delegate who is found to have committed an act of disorderly behavior shall not be allowed to speak or vote on matters pending before the council, except when allowed by 2/3 votes of the Navajo Nation Council. That's Rule 2. Rule 3 speaks to conduct of council delegates during session. Rule 3 reads, the failure of any delegate of the Navajo Nation Council to comply with the rules of order shall be deemed disorderly behavior by the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. A delegate found to have committed an act outside the bounds of these rules shall have committed disorderly behavior, and sanctions may be imposed as follows. A, when the council delegate acts in a disorderly manner the first time, the Speaker shall not permit the council delegate to speak, to vote, or to do both for the remainder of the session day. B, if the council delegate continues to conduct himself or herself in a disorderly manner during the same session, the Speaker shall cause the delegate to be removed from the council and not be permitted to participate for the remainder of the session day. When the council delegate is removed from the council chamber, per diem payment to said delegate shall be prorated in accordance with 2 NNC 106E. what is, 1 second. Oh, thank you. Let me continue. The one thing that we have not been able to locate in the rules or the code is a laundry list of what qualifies as disorderly behavior under rules 2 and 3. Thus, we would then look to your standards of council regulations and standards of conduct for council delegates. That was approved by the Ethics and Rules Committee. It is ERC 08001, and that itself does not. It speaks to courtesy toward Navajo Nation employees. I think that's as close as you're going to get. And it states and this is section 3A, and it states elected officials shall act in a courteous and respectful manner toward all Navajo Nation employees, officials, and members of the public. No elected official shall use her elected position to influence such persons to take any actions which is solely for the personal benefit of such official or which is contrary to any Navajo Nation law, rule, or regulations. Then section 3B, elected officials shall not request or demand the assistance of any Navajo Nation employee or official to engage in or otherwise participate in any activity which be abuse of official position, a violation of trust, or otherwise in excess of authority. So I do believe, Speaker, that is a recap of the laws and regulations surrounding delegate conduct at the council session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me just state that through the past 2 years of working together with the 24th Navajo Nation Council, what Ms. Barbroff had noted has never been directly implemented to any one of the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council during the last 2 years. And the reason why I have never went that far is because I think that us as individual leaders, we know that how to bring decorum and appropriate action as elected officials to this Navajo Nation Council chambers and acting on the floor as Navajo Nation Council delegates from your elected community members and your constituents. In doing that, I think that we've always said that we have respect for one another, and I think that needs to continue going forth, colleagues. And with that, if there's anybody that has any kind of disagreement or recommendation for some kind of action towards disagreement, my door has always been open, and there has been some disagreements that we have talked about, a couple of them in some cases, and that we've worked things out to get things done. And if there's any action towards any of one of colleagues personally, or any kind of direct response that is outside of us debating a legislation or a motion, I think that we all are here to, again, work together to get things done. So with that, I think that we bring that integrity and respect for one another. So I hope that still prevails in moving forward. I hope not to use any of those rules that Ms. Barbara had indicated and read into the record just now over the next 2 years, as I know that us working together is definitely an act that I think all of us have stated that we always wanted to do. So with that, please, colleagues, if there's any disagreements, come to me. I can try to address them as best as I possibly can. If there's a disagreement between yourself or and amongst another colleague of ours, or if there's a disagreement on in legislation and it can't be held any further, I am here to listen to that, as I have listened to sat down with numerous of you, but I hope to know that we can continue to move forward and have respect for one another. With that, having respect for each other on these debates, I think is critical. As we all know, we might not agree with everything on the floor, but once we know that the legislations are complete and done, the session's closed out, that we all are our mother's keeper and our father's keeper, and most importantly, looking out for the best interests of the Navajo people. So again, please have respect for one another. And with that, I really address the concerns and needs from what Madam Chair Charles Newton has pointed out. But most importantly, just make sure that we continue to move forward in an effortless movement that will make sure that there is absolutely respect with the quorum on the floor. So thank you very much. With that, colleagues, we are on amendment number 1. And on amendment number 1, Honorable Halona has raised a cease debate. And with that cease debate, there was 10 of our colleagues on this, and we have been on this amendment for 3 hours and 6 minutes. And this is on amendment 1. So with that, I do accept that motion to cease debate. With that, colleagues, is there a second?
Speaker, I'd like to.
Second, Delegate Nez.
Delegate Nez, Rick Nez. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'd have to challenge that decision. Delegate Halona, according to your own words, ran out of time. You called time and then made the motion. I'd like to ask what rule you are using to recognize that motion to cease debate.
The reason why I'm having the rule, where's the Madam Chair Amber Crotty, when he started, if you bring it up, read the tape, the recording, Honorable Halona started to say this was his motion. And that's why I recognize his motion. It's Rule 12, cease debate. Any delegate may motion to cease debate to recognize by the speaker, and a second, except that a delegate shall not offer a motion to cease debate when utilizing debate time that was yielded to him or her, and that wasn't in this case. Cease debate motion shall not be debatable. This is a 2/3 vote of the delegates casting the vote that shall be a motion to cease debate to be carried out. Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Question,
on the recognizing of Honorable Halona cease debate, second by Honorable Nez. Again, this is non-debatable. So with that, I'll go to the board.
I just want to question it.
Speaker, I'm challenging you on this decision.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. The challenge on the recommendation from Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Where's the?
Thank you, Speaker. If Legislative Council can read the rules for the challenge.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's what we're having done right now.
Speaker, did you want me to, this is Legislative Council, did you want me to read Rule 25?
Sorry. The reason why you probably didn't hear me is because I was on mute. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I mean, Ms. Barbara. Yes, if you could.
Okay, thank you very much. Challenges are actually delineated as appeals of decision. They're in Rule 25. It's Rule 25, I'm going to read it in its entirety. If a motion, procedure, or remark appears to be in violation of the established rules of the council, any council delegate may raise a point of order. A point of order motion shall not be used to engage in additional debate. A, the point of order shall be raised immediately after the error is made. The council delegate raising the point of order may interrupt a speaker provided the council delegate concisely states the rule violated pursuant to the point of order raised, or when and a vote in progress to raise the issue. B, the point of order is not subject to debate. C, the speaker shall immediately decide and rule upon the point of order before any action on the question is made by the council. D, once the speaker has made his or her decision on the point of order, any delegate may appeal the decision. The appeal must be seconded. The appeal shall not be amended. If the appeal is made and seconded, the speaker shall restate his or her decision and submit the matter to the judgment of the council. The decision shall then be subject to debate by the council, during which the speaker may state his or her reasons for the decision. Upon conclusion of debate, a vote shall be taken and the decision of the speaker shall be reversed if the majority of all votes cast are in favor of the appeal. Thank you, Speaker and Delegate Crotty. That was Rule 25.
Thank you. So with that, going to the board on the challenge vote by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Before we go, I'll just go ahead and state that the challenge, if you're voting for it, green is for Madam Chair Amber Crotty, red is for against the challenge. And this is on the ruling that I made that Honorable Halona was in ample time when he started to state his motion, and that was to cease debate. And with that, is there a second to the challenge?
Second, Charles Newton.
I'm Chair Charles Newton. Let's go to board.
Speaker, can they do a clarification again? I know on the first one, the vote.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Green, if you vote green, it's for the challenge. If it's red, it's against the challenge. Question of privilege, Honorable James.
Question of privilege, Delegate James. Speakers, none of the members of the council, I'd like to address this question to legal counsel.
can you guys replay the recording of that time of when Mr. Delegate Halona was informed time? Can we hear that recording? Is that appropriate? Is that okay? Legal counsel, Dana? Thank you.
Legal counsel?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, it would be appropriate and allowable, if technically possible, to play the recording. Thank you.
Got it? Wait, let me put on a mic.
Point of order.
Point of order? Who's raising
Otto
point
So.
of order? Honorable Otto So, point of order.
Speaker, the question of privilege relating to Honorable Jane's request should have been brought up when Madam Chair made her motion. Madam Chair Amber Crotty brought her point to challenge the Speaker, and that would have been in order to play it with this motion now. But according to what I understand is that the challenge has been made, and you are in the middle of that challenge. And right now, I would take this second request to hear the recording and the whole separate matter. And that is my thought from here, and just to hold the integrity of how the council is conducting business. But right now, the question of the voting of the challenge should continue to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you for your point of order, Honorable Otto. So with that, there was a request to go to the recording.
Patients that we are trying to purchase. I think we need to, I would like to call a cease debate on this, Speaker. And Mr. Bates, vote on this, Speaker. That's my request. Motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Back, colleagues, go to board.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty. Can I hear that recording one more time?
For the benefit of the nation, go ahead one more time.
That we are trying to purchase. I think we need to, I would like to call a cease debate on this, Speaker. And
Okay, go to the board.
Question of privilege.
The privilege, I'm Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So I guess my question, and this may be for council, but when you call a cease debate, is that the same thing as motioning for a cease debate? Because he initially started, he said, I would like to call a cease debate. And then after you call time, that's when he said, I want a motion. So this is very important because it sets precedence for this council. When you say, I want to call for something, is that equivalent to making a motion? Thank you, Speaker.
Legislative Council.
Speaker, Delegate Charles, Chairwoman Charles Newton, there's nothing in your rules that really addresses that. That's a matter of interpretation and understanding. by the council and the speaker. So I don't believe that there is a legal answer to that question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's vote.
Point of order, Speaker, Delegate Rick Nez.
Point of order, Chairman Nez.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker Damon, hello, honorable members of the 24th Council. I believe, Speaker, we need to just stick to a point of privilege, not question of privilege, because when you recognize question of privilege, there's no such thing as question of privilege. There's only point of privilege that I read in my rules. So I would like for you to just reaffirm that, sir. And Honorable Halona, Ashwara, withdraw your cease debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think that was a question too. This is not the first time, Honorable Halona. I mean, Chairman Nez. What we can do is, I know that there was a request to ask of that of Title II committee, and what we will do, I will definitely work with Office of Legislative Counsel to make sure that we follow the rules that have been currently and are currently passed in the rules of order at the committee level and the council. I will make sure I follow up with that, Chairman Nez. Vote.
Honorable Almer Begay.
How about green?
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes red.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knesbah Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knesbah Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesbah Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Nez. Point of privilege.
Yes, point of privilege. Delegate Nez.
Thank you, Speaker.
All we're voting.
Speaker, I would like to withdraw my second on the cease debate. Thank you.
Even if you withdraw your second on cease debate, the motion. So we're even if you withdraw your second on cease debate, we're still moving forward with the vote. We're on a challenge. While we're voting, continuing.
Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Red.
Honorable Pernell.
Red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote red.
Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Walter So, red.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 9 in favor and 13 opposed. Mr. Speaker?
Thank you very much, colleagues. That 9 in favor. 30
Speaker?
opposed. Yes,
Delegate Paul Begay?
yes, Honorable Begay.
Yes, I'm having trouble with my college. I vote red.
That, Mr. Vella, that changes to 14.
Mr. Speaker, with Honorable Paul Begay Jr.'s vote, it is now 9 in favor and 14 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With 9 in favor, 14 opposed, a speaker not voting, motion fails. That, colleagues, we are back to on Amendment 1. We do have Honorable Halona, who has raised a motion to cease debate, and Chairman Rick Nez has withdrawn his cease debate, or his second to the cease debate. So with that, Honorable Halona, is there a second on Honorable Halona's cease debate?
Yellowhair. Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair. With that, colleagues, as indicated. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, are you seconding on the cease debate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
That outlining before there was a balance of the cease debate, so let's go to the board. Cease debate motion. It's non-debatable.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Delegate Daniels.
Honorable Herman.
Votes green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote retreat.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Vote red. This is Delegate Begay.
Honorable
Hello,
Vince
can you hear
James
me?
did not vote. Honorable Almer Begay votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 13 in favor and 9 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Delegate James votes red.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Vince James votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 13 in favor and 10 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Hey, thank you, colleagues. With that, on the motion, 13 in favor, 10 opposed. Speaking up, Modi, not voting, motion fails. That, back to amendment number 1. New player, our new colleague in the queue. Honorable Yellowhair, on amendment number 1.
Oh, yeah, they have Speaker Doris and the Iowa Navajo Nation Council to purchase this, the Washington building up there for the Navajo Nation. I'm in favor to purchase this building. It's going to be a long term, not a short term. I think we rent this building over 43 years now that we've spent like $13,564,000 on off. We spend a lot of money. If we purchase now, that will really help, and even expenditure is going to go down. Even take care of the maintenance repair, I think Navajo Nation can take care of right now. they charge like $100,000 to minimal repair that bring it to the office in Washington, D.C. She I don't know this area. Well, candy kaya and so on. I say we can save a lot of money. And long term, just the value of house is going to be a lot of money the next 5 years. If we sell it back in many years, 10, 15 years from now, this is going to cost a lot of money. So that's my point, not only. I say, but candy cut out of it. It's good to buy the building. It's going to be belong to the Navajo Nation property. The first time what happened, he got out and told, it's not only. I taught it on Linda out of Karatini in the story. I don't know. On the Benas in Atlanta. Citizen that they thought, only wasn't done in here on door. Cannot go in here on only. Been here only. You never know. I'm not even put a Navajo hook on up there too. Once about her state of I'd like to request to reserve my time here to the Speaker of Navajo Nation, and I'd like to say thank to 24th Navajo Nation Council here. Request to reserve my time to the Speaker.
That reserve your time at 3 minutes and 3 seconds on Wheeler. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue on Amendment 1.
Delegate Begay, put in the queue.
Honorable Paul Begay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I would like to speak in favor of this legislation. We do a lot of work with the highest government in the land, Washington. I'll tell you a little story. A couple of years ago, when I first came into office, I had a meeting in Window Rock on Friday, and I had another meeting coming up on Saturday morning at Twin Arrows. I was on my way on I-40, driving from Window Rock to Twin Arrows, and I got a call from Speaker Damon requesting that I be in Washington on the weekend, on Sunday, to get on the plane, to testify before a committee over there. And what do you say to your boss? I went and agreed. I only had enough clothes for a couple of days because I was headed home on Saturday. As it turned out, I got on the plane. I got to Washington. There to meet me were the people from our White House, Washington office. Yeah, this is the Senate building. This is the House of Representatives. This is the Justice Building. But they guided me. They helped me with the testimony that I was going to deliver before this committee. And everything went smoothly. And so in hindsight, I'm thinking this is a great way to help our leaders that go to Washington. They're not stranded out in nowhere. So coming on as a new delegate, just a few days after I got sworn into office, I landed in Washington. And I was so thankful that Ms. Santee was there and with her group there helping me with where I need to go, helping me arrange meetings with all these different departments that is there at the White House within that campus. that we can do our work there. Funding, any type of request that we need to do, or any trip that we need to make contact with, as far as with the White House, that can be done. They help me as a new delegate to get situated there. They help me as a new delegate to not feel lost. I didn't realize that it was where their office was right there, easily accessible to all the places I needed to go see. So I just want to speak in favor of this legislation. I reserve my time, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Papagay, with that. 55 seconds.
Speaker, I got a question.
Is your reserve time?
So.
Honorable Otto So, can go to you. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Speaker. I think this legislation is in the stalemate. We have so many delegates that support, so many delegates that don't support. Knowing the fact that there's some delegates that don't know, we don't know which way they're going to vote. Strategically, really hope that the sponsor is looking at how strategically he's going to plan to try to get the 2/3 vote if this legislation requires 2/3, or if it's a simple majority. It's just something to think about. If you know that the 2/3 vote is not there, I just would ask us to withdraw the legislation. But if you know if it's a majority and you think that the majority vote will be there, continue. Did it 43 years in that year, and whether we purchased this property or not. And I think we really need to go back to the table as a legislature to look at what the Land Acquisition Trust Fund is really meant for. And if it's not the desire of the council to purchase any more land, let's dissolve the Land Acquisition Trust Fund and maybe put it into the deposit the funds into the Permanent Trust Fund, so that way we have all these. It's the people's money. We can put it into the Permanent Trust Fund and utilize the interest to run the Navajo Nation government. Because this trust fund for the land acquisition was meant to purchase land. That's all it is for. It's about $170 million. That's how much is in there. And, I'm sure that if we can just do away with Land Acquisition Trust Fund, we won't have this question, or we won't have this discussion. Permanent Trust Fund, I'll be hitting the local interest. Never Washington, that's just one of my thoughts. If this legislation fails, or any other future land acquisition legislation comes forth, this is the same thing that's going to happen. These dollars that are creating interest right now is not benefiting the Navajo people directly. It's benefiting the trust fund. But if we change it up and put the monies into the Permanent Trust Fund, It's going to benefit the Navajo Nation government and the people directly. I have my views here, and I'm ready to vote on this legislation. Reserve my time.
Delegate James here.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So I got you reserved time at 1 minute, 12 seconds. Let me go ahead and go back to Chairman Yazzie on the amendment.
Speaker?
Yes.
Okay, you're referring to me as there's questions on the amendment, correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, my hearing's kind of going, and then I had a special visitor guest that just came, my little Nelly. So, but I'm still online, and I'll go ahead and refer the questions to our sponsor, the main legislation. So.
Sponsor. Honorable Stewart.
Okay. Yacht A Nana, Speaker Dole, colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council. The amendment, Linigi Abe need Bayata Silt here, no Bayata Salt here. Korogi Aya Hashim Sabagi Aya Hata Sitzo, based on Linigi. Renovation, though remodeling at Egi. Hala Aya, Idan. Land Trust Fund, Linigi, is Zohagi Aya, Kaya, Linigi. Property that Egi, Eben Adonne. Akut our Aya, Adelia. Arobansas Keso. Nihi community members than Linigi, Nihi constituents. Nihita East than hidden Nash, DB Yito patients, Nikis with Island of a phone, the Yito. Hashin so a shing of Bespeta husband. Kaya or Ye, na son hima. Bayajil Kyo Nand Asha. Hala Eya, do Eya. Hate out at the Bayajil Kaya Linigi. On its on a hidate upon the D. Kaya Hagi Eya. John late 1984, those saying that Hashim Sabaya, his predecessors on Linigi, partners than Linigi, and the best not another Linigi, Aaron and he chairman, president at Egita. Of course, not a couple. Another couple. Kim Talagaya get a sneaker. I had that just here. I shall put the based on Linigi. Sha. Another decade or less. Ni eba ni khas ni loba al chnapa alt khapni ya athin da ashte khator ni kinda adol ni stanno even ya kut a akondas ke ita ata e ya Akin Linigi Edon here, Tandana. Todo ala Ayota and Lina, then Kadeya Ala, yo Chiribit Ho and airfare ticket in the Bata Halle. Over $200, $300. Arosa, Honda so Kaya store. Shanani ha the Mr. Bigay. Not too long after I was sworn in, a con did not don't need me. Hashne lao. There's other trios eat. Ajashi Navajo Nation gets slammed through our accounts, and if you want something like Snap, you have to pay for that out of your pocket. Ayota do put out those pay for chips over here for like $1.99 or all the shit Ayota lay article. We have to pay for all that we came out, we do our travel report, trip report days, no. Okay, you go back. You reimburse those employees back that much. And you add all that up through the years. All the rent non. That's more. We spent more money on that side of it. It's ready to move in. We have our bags ready to go. To make their office space. Deacon Linigi, Dodi Kayan Linigi Aya, Nihich. Queen Lao, a big end of sale. I'll say that Aya and 600 million. So it da 8 da Bahas, da Aya. Yahazi. Arok at this jing Aya, 4 million. Was kid. $2 million off. How much more of a decrease do we want? From sitting here listening to this discussion, we want money, we want renovate, we want revenues to come in. No, today case. But in order to get there, we have to say, oh, ranches the Christian launching predecessors of the ranches those property values are high. That Colorado, the Ashanti, and then the Beto, and then. So, there's a process of law with the Department of Agriculture, if I'm not mistaken. Grazing officials on lineage, so the community members, the community members, so we don't plan like that. We don't plan to do how we're going to improve our land. How can we improve our homesteads here? This will help us in that way because we have Navajos in all 50 states. We have them over there too. So with this, it'll show that yes, Navajo has a voice. Navajo does have access to Washington. Not only Navajos, but other Native tribes as well. Through the Senate, through Congress, to Washington, when they look out, they see the Navajo Nation flag flying on that building. Show. But since show. Hast ego shan, but in the house. Halit ayan bekati chatole. Treaties that ehegi. We are very proud people of the Navajo. On the Yakono, we have one headman that put his name on that treaty. Eben nachiko ile. Kotik at Hega Linigi. Ashkore. Shepes mas andan Linigi. Kwagi eya dik at Ashkore beketo katole. For us and our children, our grandchildren. Without any speaker, yes, 7 generations, no. Yes, Nikido Sokot Alba, Yadate. Lay not that the house, she even, yeah, it date. Even at Ashkore, she cut off Jekyll, he cut off Yedo. Shadodo, the staff in Washington. Hunt in the Hadith. According to we'll have all these. This property, we can develop on it, we can rent, lease, whatever needs to be done. On the here, so we were told we could stay there, so I need it. Rooms and the imagine how much money we would save if you're there for 2 nights, 3, 4 nights, 5 nights. If you're there in Washington, how much money we would save in the nation to put elsewhere, either towards the police department, towards the education, towards housing, agriculture. That's how much money we would be saving. In Dita, we would be there to prepare our own meals. So that's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm seeing in the future of how we can say, hey, this is how much we've saved in purchasing this like this. So with that, to the speaker, I want to say that much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Stewart. I don't know if there was any questions directed at the sponsor, your agents, Ms. Lewis or Mr. Halona, if anything. Any kind of response at this time? If there's none, let me go ahead and go back on to the floor. Honorable Vince James, have you in the queue? Floor is yours, Honorable James.
Speaker, Ado, Nana, members of the council. Kodo, Iya, Di de Bahadis, and Di, Nahas Tui, Don Hizan, and Hinasan, Jet Hasi. Taholo, Tahwelji, Do, Yadahashkel, Tahwelji, Celine, Oko, Satin Hitch Adosh case. Shind Stoko Yadahashken Haga Yadas Tigi. Hadat existing or Sanelli give a laugh in the Haga Adalia. Hadadat Enle Kinahal Gede Naskre. Hadat Genota Chastin Hatahash Na. Ya his name da Nahagatan San Hagatas is a Hata Aden Hinas Elia. Okoko, Okona Hagato, Glosso Aden, the Hagato, Lisa, Neniki, no way. Joe put out in head, Hasi, the Holon, the Huelgi, Sulinko. Ella, Oyo Bahayos, now how she Adol, a deed out Okoto, Nis Kodi, Nis Adeti, no by Yel Tieko. Aden Nilsen on Hayat Echo, Nahat Hasi, or Hayu, Yada Hashkende, the end lineage and the Haskai. Upon the British Benahaga, Rishi that Ye de Credo, ye Sada Credo, ye the Hanat, Hadato, Ziki, Atin Hina, Nas Lako, Epa Denilson, Nahayat Echo. Without Nahaga has Agi, Ben Hitch had this station at Arnold Dosha Kahas so. Ado Kodo, Belaganak, Etchishido, Letlako. Kodosha Zendo, I would like to hear from our president, President Nez, to my question is, how do I respond to my constituents that live on HPL, that live in Jedito, that live within my 5 chapters, that live within the 110 chapters of those individuals that don't even have a home? How can he assist me to respond to these constituents that are living currently living in tents during this cold weather, currently living in a shack house with cardboard box around their home? That's what I need your guys' assistance on how do I respond to those kind of families? How do I get that information from you guys to share it and to disseminate it out to those individuals out in the rural area? So that's my question to President Nez, and I would like to hear that from him. And then my second question is, what space and availability is in place for a legislative branch? What staff can sit there if we're going to really talk about working together? Is there going to be a space available for a traditional staff, for the traditional branch? Those are the questions that I have for President Nez, and I would like to have those answered by President Nez. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable James. We'll reach out to OPVP.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. Privilege of question.
1 minute, 23 seconds, Vice Chair, Honorable Vince James. That, Vice Chair Smith?
Thanks, Speaker. Are we still on Amendment 1? Or are we starting to talk about the main motion? Because I think we should stay with the amendment, as it was defeated by the cease debate. And we've been debating this for several hours now, Speaker. I think we should stay with the Amendment 1 and then move forward to the main motion if and should this amendment fail or be passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Smith, thank you for that recognition. And that, colleagues, we are on Amendment 1, and this will be we're almost 4 hours. Yes, correct, Vice Chair Smith. It's almost 4 hours debating on Amendment number 1. But as you know, the cease debate didn't pass, and we still have individuals in the queue are with reserve time right now. So let me go back to reserve time. And if we could focus in on Amendment 1, but I see how the reason why I'm not interrupting anyone is because it does tie back to the amendment. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 1 minute, 21 seconds on reserve time.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. On the amendment, if I could just get that operation maintenance number, if that could be emailed. And also, the people are our boss. So that's where I stand firmly. And I think the questions that are being asked should be respected. And I also want to mention that the controller's memo has another option. If this is such a prime investment, it could go to the investment committee for consideration. And so I'd like to know from the investment committee what are plans for this property, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
36 seconds. I'm Chair McCarty.
Speaker, this is Delegate, so can you put me in the queue?
Yes, I will put you in the queue. That, move on down, reserve time. Honorable Elmer Begay, 1 minute, 14 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I think this question would go to Mr. Halona, Mike. We're talking about the expansion. You know that I know that we're going to be under the restriction of any development or any improvement that we can do on this building is because of the years it's been built. So on these special permits that we'll probably have to go by. So on this, if we can do an expansion, do you know how much the property tax is going to go up, or is it? That's just my question. Reserve my time.
Okay, reserve your time at 30 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair, 3 minutes and 3 seconds on reserve time.
I'd like to reserve my time for now, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 1 second. Honorable Paul Begay, 55 seconds on reserve time. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay going twice.
Speaker,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, yes, we do have a lot of issues, especially today. We have COVID-19. We have other issues, water issues, infrastructure issues, development, housing, water, all kinds of issues. Washington office is where we can go. Washington, legislation because of the I yield the rest of my time, speakers.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Let me go to Honorable Otto So, and then I will go back to the sponsor for questions. Honorable Otto So.
Oh, yeah, it. I guess my point from here is that we see the benefits that the Navajo people currently we get, such as benefits in funding coming down the pipeline. And yes, Navajo Nation Washington office is a tool to Navajo leadership, whether it's the legislative branch, executive, or judicial. But, if this moves forward, we need to make this office a place where the Free Branch is really welcome, and that it's not directed by one branch.
Oh.
And that is something that I see. And I really hope that the office transitions into that, because when you look at the director, Santee Lewis, the Speaker didn't have a say in this election, nor the Chief Justice did not have a say in the selection.
Oh.
So that is just a thought that I have. Practically property is something that holds its value. And I do agree that it benefits the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Otto So, with that, your time has expired. That, let me go back to Honorable Chairman Edwin Yazzie. Questions from your colleagues on Amendment 1?
Okay, Speaker, on Amendment 1, on the questions to the amendment. Again, sir, I'll go ahead and refer it to Ms. Lewis and Mr. Halona, sir. Speaker.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As to the questions that were presented on Amendment 1, I did provide to Delegate Crotty the written document that discusses and details the O&M costs. That should be in your email box. I know that Delegate James wanted to hear from the President himself and personally on what the message is to his constituents, and particularly those who live in Hopi partitioned lands. And I hope that he considers this response. I just wanted to point to the President's State of the Navajo Nation address, where he talked about how we are trying to ensure that that there is that they are prioritized this coming year, that their legislative priorities are also considered and again prioritized accordingly. Those families are not forgotten. The legacy is not forgotten. We want to cure our lands. We want to remove the uranium. And more importantly, we want to make sure that the Office of Navajo Hopi Indian Office, that they live up to their trust and treaty responsibilities. That office was designed to help bring relief and to bring about infrastructure for those families. And our office continues to commit to seeing that happen. So if there is a message coming from our office as well as the Navajo office that is led by Mr. Robert Black and also the President's office, I know that he committed to that. And Delegate James, we will continue to work with you to ensure that we do put them up front. I know that there's a lot of different priorities from different stakeholders, and we are all doing our best to try to serve our people in the best way possible. So I just wanted to offer that, and if there's a document you want to help us put together, we can talk, we can connect with you, and we can try to come up with a deliverable that you can share with your constituents. So I just wanted to share that ahead.
Thank you. That, let me go to Mr. Chaco, Chief of Staff. Are you on the line?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For a response? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, staff, legislative, and also staff that are listening in, and general public. Ciao, Aisha, and Vince James, it's those families that are that he referred to, and we've been in discussion with this with Dr. Yellowman. And just to answer your question, Mr. James, is that on January 6th, we submitted an OR to OOC. The OR through the 6B process. And then we received a PO on the 27th from OOC, so the PO is out. And that PO was to build a temporary structure. So we are in that process right now. As you know, we have been inundated with the CARES Act projects, especially at CPMD and also DCD. So I'm thinking on this right now. They're in the process of trying to move all those supplies. So with that, Mr. James, we are addressing that. There will be temporary structure going up for that family. Thank you for and thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. That's my report. Yeah.
Thank you. Hey, with that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I have
point of order.
Point of order, Honorable Otto So.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Did I just hear that a family's gonna get a home? And I really hope that this is not saying, oh, you know, James, the Honorable James, we're gonna take care of you. We're gonna take care of that family. And I hope it's not something to say that, you know, support this legislation for us, and to use that family on the air to say, hey, you know, we're going to get that family that you're worried about a home or somewhere, something. I hope it's not that. I'm just, I took it that way. Yeah, thank you. I hope it's not. Because if it's not, if it is, I want to get on that bandwagon. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Can you hear me? Okay, there it is. Okay. Madam Chair. Charles Newton. Well, before that, just your point of order to add on, Honorable Otto, so I can't verify nor contain what was in the message Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco was referring to. I can't go back to and back to Mr. Chaco for clarification. Before I go back to that clarification, there's a point of order by Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. My point is there any way that we can get a document of what Mr. Chaco is talking about? And the reason I'm asking for that document, Speaker, is because during this administration, we have heard from Mr. Chaco, but the president always goes the opposite way. And so I think that the documents actually speak volumes. So if we could get a copy of the document that he was referencing that has been submitted, I think that would be good for this council, because I think we all have families that need homes. 7 burnouts in Shiprock still have not been addressed. Thank you.
Okay, let me go back to Chief of Staff.
Speaker,
Chaco, are you on the line?
Yes,
Speaker,
sir.
point of order.
Speaker.
Hold on. Someone's raising a point of order.
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, what is your point of order?
Speaker, we're starting to go off track on the Amendment 1. With all due respect, can we stay with Amendment 1 and then request for these other documents when it comes to the main motion? We need to get done with Amendment 1, whether we vote for it or we don't vote for it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I do honestly, I understand what you're saying, Vice Chair Smith, but Mr. Chaco was in response first to Honorable Vince James regarding a question on Amendment 1, and Mr. Chaco, Chief of Staff, did a presentation, and both the point of orders by Honorable Otto So and Madam Chair Charles Newton have needed some clarity. So that's why it's still all relevant to Amendment 1. With that, Mr. Chaco, if you could clarify. And also as to the request of a document in writing.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the Nomination Council. The question was to address Honorable Delegate Otto So's question. We have been working with this prior to any legislation. Just like any other families out there, we have numerous issues out there, and this is one of them. And this is one that Mr. Vince James reported to the Division of Community Development, Pearl Yellowman. And Ms. Pearl Yellowman is addressing this, not because of this legislation, but because of Vince James' request to assist this family. And this has been prior. This was last year that we have, or last year that we've dealt with this. So finally, we have, like I said, we have a purchase order out by OOC to address this situation. I will have Dr. Yellowman provide you the document with the names omitted from that purchase order. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, going back to the floor, I do have Honorable Charlene So in the queue. Honorable Charlene So, the floor is yours on Amendment 1. Honorable Charlene So. Charlene So going twice. Charlene So going 3 times. That I don't have anybody else in the queue. We go back to reserve time. Honorable James, 1 minute, 23 seconds. Can you hear me? Honorable James, 1 minute, 23 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Speaker, and members of the council. My request was to hear a message on how to resort and to inform constituents that are in need of home structures that are suffering currently at the time being. And we have others that have submitted documents and they've been waiting. And so all of a sudden this property is available in Washington, D.C. within the last year or so, and then we jump on it. But yet we have constituents that have been waiting for over 15, 20 years for a response of assistance of some home structure or at least a patch up. Nothing has been done. And that's where I'm headed with my questions for President Nez. And it would be nice to hear from President Nez. Our people are trying to listen out and are hoping that he can have a message on how he is going to address these issues that come about of the time that we're in need during this pandemic of individuals needing homes.
Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time with 5 seconds. Moving on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 36 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I received the operation and maintenance. I didn't get my question answered regarding the investment committee, so I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
27 seconds. That, Mr. Wanika, are you on the line from the controller's office?
Hi, good afternoon, Chair. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, if I may. So the question from Amber, Delegate Crotty was what the stance, what the stance was the investment committee. The investment committee doesn't have a formal stance. I know they haven't had a formal discussion on this topic. And normally one of the things that we have questions on is how to treat this investment or, an acquisition. So those are some things to consider. On the investment side, we have a required return, and on the acquisition side, we're unsure of how that's going to work. That's what I have to say for the IC. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Wanika. That, moving on down. On reserve time, Honorable Elmer Begay on Amendment 1 with 30 seconds in reserve time.
Speaker, I asked a question to Mr. Halona, Mike Halona. Can I get the answer first?
Mr. Halona?
Yes, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Speaker, delegates, Ado, Delegate Begay, the cost of any improvements within the property that will be acquired, the value will then be assessed. But for taxes, you look at the 1% of the value. When you look at the value, that will be assessed by an assessor's office. But you also look at every improvements you do increases the value on your property. And that's why the seller wanted $6.9 million for the purchase. And through the negotiations with the team, we're able to come to an agreement at $4.8 million. So what Delegate mentioned that there is we did reduce the amount based upon our negotiating as to what the property will be for. It's not for that is for governmental use. It's going to be owned by a sovereign nation, and more importantly by American Indian tribe. And he was very happy to know and wants to sell to the nation. And that's why it's been sitting here, although they've been receiving offers to purchase, offers to rent or lease the property. He's kept it off the market because he feels that it's important that the nation be allowed to acquire this property. The investment side percentage of equity keeps going up every year.
Thank you very much for that information, Mr. Halona. With that, let me go back to Honorable Alma Brigay. 30 seconds unreserved time.
Thank you, Speaker. I know that it's very important utilizing the land acquisition. You know that what my delegates are referring to is very important. That you know the land. We need to understand it. For myself, I know that maybe I'm taking a long time. So for my own understandings and for my own benefit, Speaker.
Time. Thank you, Honorable Alma Brigay. Staff, moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair, 3 minutes and 1 second on reserve time. Floor is yours.
Hello, Yate, Speaker.
Yes.
Okay, Yate, Snat Ani. Koro Washington, they by Yel Chihawanto, Kayava Casa Ani. Ayo said Asla Honne in Hala. There's a door for us in Washington so we can able to benefit. It will be great for the Navajo Nation.
What?
I've been there way before with during the time of Mr. Donald Peterson, Kelsey Gay, and Joe Shirley. We use a building out there that we rent because of there will be increase in the huge inflation is going to be inflation rise. I start on the hard city rengi. But all you person Hanana Pitali. You could nip by your stigi. In the 16 years now could you need yonder $14 million. Oh, you pay the behind that could pay on his nabitante. Could not have no a yat instance. The Korea oh Yoshin England. You could also rent to the other tribe. They can come around and charge them. You can bring these investments to them. Only Harishing with this zero. And with the loan, with the huge investment will come back to the Navajo Nation. So therefore, that I support it for a very good reason. This will be benefit the entire Navajo Nation. It belongs to all the our nations too. But at T3 branch, it's going to be our Navajo Nation property. Racing in adult a legislative judicial executive branch out of the meeting that so it's going to be beyond some time, winter time, or the architect a meeting that's also a call about BSK. We always see the cases on let's buy it, man. It's important to our Navajo Nation. You know, political candidate Gisado economist Deswayelki or the Yon Islam this will be straight to use our Navajo Nation benefit. Once whatever I have remain my time, Speaker. Yeah, reserve my time. Thanks a lot.
Your time at 22 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Vince James, 5 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I just don't know when legislative, executive, and judicial branch will be working together. Thank you, members of the council. Thank you, Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you. Moving on down, no one in the queue. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 27 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. If I could ask from Land Department why they did not try to get this funded through the investment committee. Thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
Okay, you reserve your time at 17 seconds. Mr. Halona?
Speaker and members of the 24th Council, Delegate Crotty. there was a question if we would consider taking this to investment committee, but we were as a group were informed that it probably just best just to do the acquisition process because we were buying land and with improvements on it. That way, we would be able to move this through that acquisition process as we've done with all other acquisitions in the past. And we don't. I mean, until I don't really know how to get access to that investment committee to be able to provide any opportunities through the investment committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halona. Let me go back to nobody on the board. Reserve time. Honorable Yellow Hair, 22 seconds.
Okay, Cat and Honest, and Anya, I'll just make it a 22 second. I'd like to, when we buy this land or building, it's going to be very good for long-term investments. It's going to be really help with passive investment equities and even will help tax benefit too. This is a great for us to the Navajo Nation because we're trying to avoid, I know that inflation is rising come if we keep renting the building. Once about our street or let's buy the building and the land too. God bless. Yes, not Ani. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you. Pat, moving on down on reserve time. Madam Chair Bacrati, 17 seconds on Amendment 1.
Thank you. Thank you. My last question is to Land Department. Why haven't you used this money to get enforcement land officers? Thank you, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The rest of your time, Mr. Halona.
Speaker, members of the committee, I think we have discussed what the Land Acquisition Trust Fund Act says, and that the compliance officers to enforce all other land leases and stuff we don't feel would fit into the land acquisition section, which is just focusing on acquisitions, keeping our title records in order for the nation of all the property that it has in this portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, I have nobody with reserve time. I have nobody on the board or in the queue. We're ready to vote on amendment number 1. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Alma Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Alma Begay. Honorable Alma Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Alma Begay votes green. Honorable Key Alma Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Alma Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Key Alma Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newman. Honorable Regina Charles Newman. Honorable Regina Charles Newman votes red. Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty.
Delegate Amber Canas-Balcrotty will vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knappel-Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James via text votes red. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, now that.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Niazi.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Niazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. So, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 3 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That 20 in favor, 3 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries on Amendment 1. That, colleagues, we are back at the main motion of legislation 0220-20. This is who I have lined up in the queue next. I have Honorable Halona, Chairman Daniel So, and Honorable Eugene So. With that, Honorable Halona, on the main motion. Winika added you.
Hi, Speaker Damon. This is Delegate Nez. I requested to speak on the main motion about 3 hours ago.
John there? Okay, I'm looking at the wrong lineup then. So what's the right lineup? Cool. Done.
I'll also ask you, Speaker, Eugene Soder.
Okay, technical difficulties again. Sorry, colleagues. This is the lineup. We have Honorable Halona, Chairman Daniel So, Honorable Winika, Honorable Eugene So, and then Chairman Rick Nez.
Thank you.
So, okay, with that, Honorable Halona, on the main motion. Honorable Halona? Honorable Halona going twice. Halona going 3 times. That. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours. On the
Thank
main
you.
motion.
On the main motion, I guess the main thing that I'm concerned about is, should this legislation get approved, one consideration that's not been talked about is the adverse aspects. There's this picture that's drawn. They come out of the subway parking lot. The first building they see is Navajo Nation building with a flag. And will some of our legislators and legislative staff, will their thinking be, wow, they tell us they don't have any money. They don't have enough money for education. They don't have enough money for healthcare services, but they can afford this building within this historic district? Something's not right, is the thinking that I see that we'll hear when we go to make testimony. And I'm concerned about that. The other aspect is, if the nation becomes the building owner, then there was no talk about security. Right now, we have an area that's really under high focus for what's now been deemed domestic terrorism. And for me, that's a major concern. To say we're going to have legislative staff and legislators come to this building, that means we're putting them at risk. And even our staff will be at risk, because the domestic terrorists will be looking for people of color, and they may be tracking them. That's the part I'm concerned about. It's a new day in Washington, D.C. We had a rioter be there, and then he goes to the inauguration too. That's been on the headlines. So those folks are still there. There was the news that there's pipe bombs around 2 buildings. So those are concerns that we haven't talked about. We're just busy talking about the glorified aspects of quote unquote an embassy, quote unquote a Washington office. But the reality of this new aspect of domestic terrorism, will be putting it right on our door if you say that from the underground parking lot, then the first building they see. And that would be the first target for me. And so that's where I have a concern. The other is the operations and maintenance. There was no reference to increased security. I'm sure there'll be new aspects required to meet the Homeland Security Act, and then the other aspects of what this new way of dealing with the domestic terrorism. A lot of it is being portrayed and perpetuated by the white supremacists who have a dislike for people of color. We have to consider that. And that's why I really am concerned. At a different time, yes, it would have been a good purchase. But right now, the way things have really shown up, this is a divided nation, and it's right at the doorsteps, demonstrated right there in the nation's capital.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman Daniel. So that moving on down, Honorable Wanika on the main motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Tira Nia Senza Bayada Silki and Tani Sant Abanti case. I put in the Abanti case of Kudo Chairman Soye had the Ani Asian of a lady cutter. Is that such a Anli Hanashi? The Katie that we know Koyika. A co did all which in she a deal is which in Hitrilia. A co open up its other when it ado basically shades on Hayat Eta. We never have backed off on anything. A co Evelyn DG the Toshido that either what the late Nidina has new. In Hayat in Soiban's case. The Queen of Haida, she Nihidana counties the elections again. Zabalagonic Acidea and Labibs Hanna. Ako Benina Benia, State of Arizona, Doni Mexico. The state of Arizona, I get eyes on the Kaichio. The counties were. There was a complaint filed against the counties, and we really used the Navajo Nation office when they get testify in the Leho. And Benacha, we were able to win the complaint, making it so that all the counties have to hire Navajo-speaking registrars. That the election-related process had to be provided in the Navajo language. Ako ania isibenicha and now tige ebenacha adin hilhas ani benacha slatodan hizaka labanate itla. Akweda need nebe baka nelo. Akoda ni slato beta sani tlo. Kode kade ya askajana nishi bayelti. Di Allah it's aushe. I go directly to the president or his chief of staff that the Ajbatlansis Kantla. Did a lash it up at the snow the bench eater. A cosata Kodia e cow adi in the Oyosk is ill to baneta. I could aim the Hajo exchange de Kagos and Hadate to Allah is benefit in that easy. Don't aid only. A cold carried over non hoska. Ado di peso gets to Toyota Abasa honey, Lona Hallen. It's get up in a snee hogo. Sijaya Adler, Nidon study, no the bandit order. Yayas kitsa. Bayadel choda. Konni. Ashiko. Peso in a hot list. Without hitch a hot. I've always remembered that. They bahazano based on a hotly because it's a trust fund. Don't I can loan na ha based on a I could not hotly. Ado so in it and that's approximately 170 million a co ebanate John a condidot abanate either. Abanate oh she's it's ado little. DA less than 5 million banate. Ako based on how late ningi now dot late. Akon the betsado e hasil so the yego. Ben nation kidnaba yel kidole. Ben nation kidnaba init and ole ada Washington de. Ere isibin yate. Akotani don't have no way to base on its own data dole. Ni could ask in so don't have no way. I thought there's going to be rental units. Ako, even over has your base candy ka. Acquire manauska. Here la reserve my time if there's any.
22 seconds. Honorable Wanika. Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So on the main motion.
On the main motion, I got amendment in the Shapantot is Amendment 2. I think they can read it to you. Thank you.
Amendment number 2. Honorable Eugene So. Rico, do you guys have that? Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council, this amendment is modifying or amending the title. It will be included with the other Amendment 1, but for reference purposes, if you go to the title, let's see. Line, at the beginning of line 17, new language is being added. No, let's see. At the end of line 16 on page 1, new language is being added, and it is as follows. Underscore, in the amount of $4,890,281.50, and underscore. There's a note on the bottom of this amendment that says, if the Amendment 1 being discussed at 2:30 at 1:29:21 passes, then the Amendment 1's changes would also be incorporated into the title of legislation. Mr. Speaker.
So good?
Yeah.
Okay, with that, just adding in the amount and the title of the legislation. There's a motion by Honorable Eugene So. Is there a second? Second going once. Second going twice. Second going 3 times. Moving on. No second on the Amendment 2. That. Chairman Nez, floor is yours.
Did you save my time, Speaker?
Four minutes and 42 seconds. Chairman Nez, floor is yours. On the main motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the council. That Dekro by not by Yaski by Kehla Nehzadilla. I have this veneration for all of you. Your words, Nehzadilla, because you come from your districts and you represent the Navajo people. Nahaikin Sonota Haron Detta Yat Ehoshin Hitsodizendit all. Apenda Nihai Aro Nihina Nishidasha Aro Shehe Hotaba Yaski Gite Sheha Hotan Haban Siske Sinanta 11D Street, Washington, D.C. Good evening. All on Hasta Ila Rashananta Eddie Nisa Democrats need plenty nisa la. She Republicans and I don't in the 74 million Republicans voted. It doesn't mean that they're all responsible for that insurrection. So that many people voted. We shouldn't label them xenophobia. Democrats not. You have a president who's a Democrat. The House Speaker is a Democrat. Congress is controlled by Democrats. The Senate controlled by Democrats. Now, all of those yon hit out nation. What are yes kisa? Yon hit out nego. Yon hot no. Let's buy this property. I get it, yeah. Yeah, but take it in needle. She only cake it in Sedo. Republicans, and even the chances are a needle later. So, I guess, Nahasha Ilag on Haban, this case, and I'm not Seniki. What don't hear any of the Nisa. I get it, it's enough on the bigger. Walk out a couple of blocks, visit your Democrat congressmen, your senators. Tell them we want more money. Let's buy this property. That's what I think. God bless you all very much. And I love you all very much. And thank you. I reserve my time.
$132. That Chairman, thank you very much. 1 minute and 32 seconds on reserve time. Moving on. We go to Honorable Halona on the main motion. Honorable Halona, are you there now? Honorable Halona.
Yes, I am, Speaker. Can you hear me? My phone keeps going to the mute. Oh. Okay. Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I really appreciate those words, Delegate Ness. That is the truth. And I just wanted to say I am supporting this legislation. I think we really need to make this decision because a positive decision. It's for the future of the Navajo Nation. And, you know, the parking lot that we're in question that's across from the building is a parking lot that's a restricted parking lot only for the senators, Congress, and staff members. So there's not going to be the general public parking there. So that's the good thing about it is they get to see our flag every day. They get to see the Navajo Nation is making progress. And that even if they complain about asking for more money, that's not in their purview. They're not acting that way. They're going to see it as the Navajo Nation is making progress. And we're the first owners of this land. There's no reason why we shouldn't have property in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States, because this is our land. I look at it as all of the Navajo Nation, all of the United States belongs to the American Indians, the first people who own this land. And one day it will be returned to us, maybe not in our lifetime, but this land will be returned to the Native Americans of this country. Again, I can't reiterate the fact that this is an investment.
every month we're throwing away $25,000 plus, and next month it's going to go up. We have an opportunity right now to bring that cost down and create an investment for the Navajo people. We always talk about we're in control, we're the ones who are spending the people for the money for our people, and it's the people's money. That is true. It is the people's money, but we're trying to make a strong investment here for the people. And when we get this embassy created, how many Navajos live up there in Washington, D.C. and Virginia and all around that area? When I went to Washington to visit with the congressmen and senators, there were several Navajos all around Washington, D.C. that I met. So we're all over the place, the Navajo Nation. And when we create this embassy, how many, I would say a lot of people on the reservation, when they go on vacations and trips, that's one of the places that they could come and visit to see what we have created for the Navajo people, that we're making a stand within the Congress and the Senate and within Washington with the federal government. This is what we need to do. So those are my words right now, Speaker, and I reserve my time. Thank you.
That Bologna, 1 minute, 32 seconds. All right, colleagues, any other comments, questions on the main motion?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, go ahead. And then I will go back to, once Madam Chair Charles Newton's done, and then I will go back to the sponsor for any kind of response. Madam Chair Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. I'm voting red on this legislation, and I hope you do too. One, we are purchasing a house that is going to require us to put more money into this project to turn it into a business when we are facing a revenue shortfall. How do we tell our people we purchased a building outside the four sacred mountains? Actually, it's not even a building. We purchased a house outside the four sacred mountains that many of our Navajo people are never going to see. I have heard arguments that we, our lawmakers, that our federal lawmakers are going to see the Navajo Nation flag flying outside that house. But have we yet to hear that our people will see this flag flying outside this house? If it's a matter of our federal delegates seeing a flag, let's buy a plot near the Capitol. It'll be far less cheaper, and we can fly that flag and let it wave there so that they can see the flag. Two, the law per CAU-44-16 does not allow for this purchase. Is this DC property going to bring in more revenue? No. What we heard was there is a potential that some economic development might come out of this property with renting out a conference room and renting out a carriage house. However, there has been no information provided on how much revenue that's going to be generating. And more importantly, whether that revenue is even enough to justify the purchase of this building. But we are going to require more money to be put into this house, which we don't have. The nation is facing a shortfall in revenue. I just can't see how we can justify making this purchase. And I feel that we're taking this money and we're going to invest in a property and we're going to be taken away from our people. This property, per CAU-44-16, it doesn't consolidate Indian holdings in checkerboard areas. It doesn't provide grazing lands for members of the Navajo Nation who don't have grazing permits. It doesn't provide additional or substitute lands for members of the Navajo Nation who reside in overcrowded areas of the reservation. It doesn't relieve reservation land resources from excessive use, and it does not provide land necessary for approved Navajo Nation economic development. So if we approve this, we, in short, as council, we're saying that it's okay to go outside the laws that we created, and we're making that exception. What kind of message are we sending to our Navajo people? So for that reason, I'm voting red. Speaker, I reserve the rest of my time.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, with reserve time at 1 minute 56 seconds. That, let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours. Any response?
Yeah, it's a the main motion, but Miss Lewis Badadesh Aslo Shana Aslocation Sahadot Higiban Nachigi.
Ms. Lewis?
Speaker Damon?
Yes.
Okay. Yad A. Shanad I. Speaker Damon, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Shea Santu Lewis Unishia, Ishka Hazo Nishan Dohatso Bashin, Lisasan Dash Chedo Techini Dashnella Aquata Asan Nishla. Thank you, Delegate Stewart, for your willingness to sponsor this legislation along with Delegate Ricky Nez. I want to also express my gratitude to many others who played an integral role and part of this acquisition. I am deeply grateful to the 24th Navajo Nation Council for considering legislation number 0220-20 this winter session. And over a year ago, Navajo Nation Washington office embarked on this journey to find a home for the Navajo people in Washington, D.C. When the Navajo Nation Council first created NNWO in 1984, Navajo leaders envisioned someday planting the Navajo flag on Capitol Hill. And this property is located across the street from Spirit of Justice Park, behind the House of Representatives. 11 D Street has been a family home since it was built 161 years ago, and the Navajo Nation will be its third owner. Delegate So, you inquired about the safety of our staff and I guess the potential for harm in the future. Because it is located just across the House of Representatives, there is an armed officer, Capitol Police, and also security for the House itself, the House of Representatives, that stands there and guarding that building 24 hours a day. When we met with the family, they told us a story about when he was raising his son there, and his son was in Eagle Scouts, and he had built an outside campfire right there, and they saw the smoke coming from that little fire, and so the security guards just walked across the street because they thought, something was wrong. And when they realized that it was just the son building a small fire, they just responded so quickly. So should this house ever become endangered, we have Capitol Police who will just walk across the street and respond to our call for help. And every time we have went and visited the property, the neighbors have come over and greeted us and have also asked who we were, as a way just to understand. Well, they knew that the property was for sale, so they just were wondering who could be the possible owner. And it has always been encouraged. Well, in speaking with the neighbors there, it's very encouraging to know that it's a very close-knit community. People say hi to one another. They all care for one another. They all care about the homes, the neighbors that are there. And when the rioters closed down the House of Representatives and the government erected over 8-foot fences around the entire Capitol perimeter, during our lunch hour, my staff and I walked over there to see what was guarded off, what happened to our Capitol. So as we took that stroll, we walked the perimeter and noticed that the fence actually went around that entire area, which included 11D Street. And they would only allow individuals who lived in that area access that area. And so I know from firsthand experience that safety is, of course, one of our utmost responsibilities with our staff, with caring for our guests here in our office. And so we would not be supporting an acquisition if it were dangerous or if we thought that our lives would be jeopardized. So, and I also want to remark that this land was Powhatan land or Acostan land. Those were the first Aboriginal people who lived here in Washington, D.C. And through this purchase, the Navajo Nation is reclaiming Native American land. And so 11D is truly a rare and unique property. Again, the property, a 3,728 square foot, 2-unit, 2-story mixed-use dwelling with office, including a residential detached carriage house that could serve many functions, including receiving dignitaries. It can serve as hoteling space for visiting Navajo officials or leased out to generate revenue. The options are plentiful. In terms of Navajos coming to Washington, D.C., this could serve as not only a hoteling space, but can you imagine it serving as an incubator for Navajo students, teachers, leaders? We can cultivate our leadership, promote them, enhance our advocacy. And the cost, what we are asking today, $4.8 million plus closing costs. In a nutshell, legislation 0220 proposes to acquire 11D from the principal in the Land Acquisition Fund. And to further highlight, we spend over $25,000 every month in rent, not including utilities or other expenses. So we pay over $300,000 per year and nearly $1 million every 3 years. That is money we will never see again. By acquiring property in Washington, D.C., we not only save in rent, but we would recoup this investment, including any appreciation, should we ever need to sell this property. This purchase will catapult our advocacy by improving our access to Congress, with whom we work with every day to ensure the United States lives up to its trust and treaty responsibilities to the Navajo people. When this transaction closes, the Navajo Nation will be the only tribal nation in the United States with an office on Capitol Hill. This building will be a home away from home for our elected officials, visiting Navajo families, and a beacon for tribal leaders from throughout Indian country to seek out when they are in Washington, D.C., enabling the Navajo Nation to be the host and to host and be the leader in shaping Indian policy. The Navajo Nation has always represented itself independently and as a sovereign nation. Through its own resources, we will create a permanent home, which will empower us to expand our stakeholders past just the United States government, but in other spaces that will open up the optic of nationhood as opposed to a tribal annex, lobbying office, etc. In other words, our status and ability to influence critical legislation, government policy, and in other circles will be improved and increased because we've made an investment that will ultimately save money for future generations, further cement the permanence of NNWO and the Navajo Nation's intention to remain and expand our advocacy. That's what this purchase today represents. It is really underscoring who we are as a nation and to promote the dialogue on a nation-to-nation basis with the Navajo and with the federal government. So those are my comments in response to some of the comments that have been raised. But more importantly, I respect and appreciate each delegate, regardless of how you vote today, for your consideration and support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
That, we'll go back to the board. On the main motion, Honorable Charlene So, floor is yours on the main motion, legislation 0220-20.
Thank you, my 24th Navajo Nation colleagues, to Ms. Sante Lewis. I have been listening to the debate back and forth. Questions, Togo, I can reason with both sides of the argument. And, we as council delegates try to listen to our constituents. And we, as I had stated before, as this legislation was before us in Nabikiyatik, that it would be very, I guess, reckless is probably lack for a better word, that we would be seeking this funding to purchase a building. The worldwide news and that's his kid. Beso no, could hit that no. PPEs adapt then no quota electricity. How are we going to combat this virus? I understand the need and how this infrastructure is going to pretty much pay itself out in years to come. But then again, we don't know the administration and what seat might be fulfilled if Ms. Sante Lewis does not keep her position with the next administration. And with that, this pandemic, we don't know how long it's going to last. It's just pretty much, I guess, we're not going to be considerate of the people's needs. The money that could be used to purchase this building could be used to provide more infrastructure. And like for other communities, there's other things that are need, gravel pit roads, or this could even be an off-start to Shiyaja's road project in Pinyon. And these are the things that I had to really think about today and all morning. Yes, I would really love to invest for this, but I think at the moment, the reasonable and the most important thing to do, I'm not called to the Washington office often when I was in Washington. There was no agenda saying, hey, could you members, Congress members, energy senators, they're going to be coming to the Washington office at this time. I don't need that. We had to go to their office. We had to keep those appointments. We've been running from building to building and office to office. And how do we know for sure that these meetings are going to be held in this building with surety, with an agenda, and that all of this is going to fully compensate and getting infrastructure? There's no say in that. There's no promise. There's no surety. And that's the thing that does concern me the most, is that I would rather put this money to people that need electricity at this moment. Yesterday, a constituent of mine of Cajon Mesa sent me a photo of an elder living in a homemade brick home, just I would say maybe a 12 by 12. And that they wanted a power line and extension. And they asked me, we saw this on social media. We don't know where the elder. It was taken off of one of the water projects one of these organizations were doing. So now I've made it my task to find where this elder lives and which community and which is the council delegate of who they serve so I can partner with. These are the things that I'm looking forward to. We have so many administrations that are moving slowly with proposals for housing. And look at the veterans. We have such a long listing that are waiting for homes. Because of this pandemic, and I hate to say it that way, but we do have this money that we can revert into something that the people really need. How many of our people are going to see that office? I wouldn't say 90%. I wouldn't even say 95% of them. What about our students? Are we going to accommodate them when they want to go to Washington for conventions? I don't think so. And these are the things that I'm thinking in long term of. And as I have spoken before, why can't our Washington office just work pretty much out of a home setting? And they pretty much have that face-to-face interaction with Congress and senators and their own homestead office there in Washington. I'm just very concerned that, I don't want to be neglecting the people's needs and wants. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That. I don't have anybody else on the board.
Speaker, Delegate Otto So.
Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. On the focus, I need Shmaya has the people has needs. But this particular fund that we are talking about only pertains to land transactions. We can't utilize these dollars for anything else until we change the law on the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. That's what I mean. Is it time to change the law on the Land Acquisition Trust Fund and maybe put this $170 million into direct services such as housing, infrastructure, community development? This trust fund was set up to buy land, to consolidate lands, and so forth. And we can't utilize these dollars for anything else. As we speak about other needs of the Navajo people, I agree. This trust fund will not allow us to utilize those dollars for those purposes. That's the reason why I asked this body, think about it. Is it time that we do away with the Land Acquisition Trust Fund and put the $170 million into the Permanent Trust Fund so that it could service the need of the Navajo people? Reserve my time.
Can you give write down the reserve time?
I think I have 5 minutes.
Three minutes and 13 seconds, Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, who in the queue is Delegate Begay?
That, in the queue, we have Honorable Keon Begay, then Honorable Elmer Begay. At this time, I'm going to hand the virtual gavel over to Chairman Hino to on legislation 0220-20, and then can take over. And well, there it is. Chairman Hino, Honorable Keon Begay is next in the queue. Then Honorable Elmer Begay, and I have staff writing down for you the reserve time. Chairman Hino.
Speaker Damon, Kadon, happy to help you out with taking care of this virtual gavel. Next on the line, Gi Kadosh Nanta. Che Kiel Begay, you have the floor.
Pro-Tem Speaker, Che Yate. Good afternoon, Ole. Shanta, I believe we already have our mind set on how we're going to vote. Could we just possibly just go into voting? I don't believe any of our statement or comment will not change our position. Akoko, she says, Baby Kate says that, and we all have our different views, yes. And we appreciate and we're sharing it. But I don't think we have to go to the extreme for the purpose of what is being asked. I mean, everything where the Navajo Nation almost receive $1 billion on an annual base. Based on on a year, and all of it comes from Washington level. You got the NHA, you got the Highway Administration, you got Department of Education. I mean, the list goes on. Department of Health, the IHS. Based on AP tota inish to list kwaake. It out that toto and hot eki kote. Baby to but na kagon nil niston this. So ishi gisiki bakahat to hot ashe needs insa. I believe that I've done a whole lot as being a council utilizing the Navajo Nation Washington office to get certain fundings down to the Navajo Nation. I'll be at the test case. Ako to zigi baby in the store, the never in the school out. I sit or shacking single way to nista. Ako add to in show. Now source had a dog nil. Now source fit out the quite deal session on a plate schnoda. Ako that age to into the nil into this. Niniki Asian keeping ye. Ako ego go Kodosh and Kodola on hinge K Tasha be at that deed ash. A coco dig at on age is how the dog is how deal is also had the high seat coco. Nothing probably will change our mind. Ako the Shinit Ashe Bina Doyego hit at the Shinkit Aita. I very set my mind to say that I'm supporting this particular legislation. Ako Binago Kodo Mr. Hinyo Kodo that's it cease debate straight on this quite reserve my time.
Second Wanika. Gashin National, you have 1 minute and 42 seconds left on your reserve time. There is a motion to cease debate on legislation 220-20. I believe there's a healthy debate. There were some opposition stated, and then there were some people that support, delegates that support the legislation. And even after a cease debate, and there is a second Delegate Edison Wanika on the cease debate. So with that, though, I believe we do have a good mix of pros and cons, so to speak. So I recognize this now, the cease debate. Sheikh Alan Begay, talking about Delegate Edison Wanika. But this, there's no debate on cease debate motion, so let's close the roll call vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Cal Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty.
Yes, Delegate Amber Kenneth Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes red.
This is Delegate Brown. I vote green. Yeah.
Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels does not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Dan votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Speaker, for correction, this is to cease debate, correct?
Delegate Charlene So, yes, a motion to cease debate, and we are voting on cease debate.
Question. Thank you. I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green.
votes red.
Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon.
I vote green.
Honorable Speaker Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green.
Did you want to? You can pass back to me.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 16 in favor and 7 opposed. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem?
So, Kashina, thank you, Linda, for that. Vote tally, Shinanta. Motion to cease debate. Behanezna, 16 in favor, 7 opposed. Motion carries with the 2/3 vote. Akutela Koso Kadeya to the main motion. Kadoya, Select Speaker Damon. He is back on the floor, so therefore I'll hand the virtual gavel back over to him.
Thank you very much, Chairman Henio. With that, on the cease debate motion, passes Mr. Rico, second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Council, Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 17 to 19. Strike the following language: overstrike, approving the expenditure of fund principal of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund to pay for repair and renovation of the 11D Street property, and overstrike. 2, page 4, line 13 to 21. Strike the following language: overstrike, in order for the NNWO to occupy the proposed 11D Street facility, minor repairs and preparations for opening the NNWO will be needed. The renovation expenses are expenses outside of this real estate purchase. The Navajo Nation Washington office wishes to hire a general contractor or their equivalent in the amount of $100,000 to make minimal repairs to bring the office to code and occupy the building immediately. The NNWO has submitted a memorandum dated July 8, 2020, requesting that DNR utilize funds from the LATF to pay renovation and repair costs, and a cost estimate which is attached hereto as Exhibit C, and overstrike. Remove Exhibit C and re-letter the remaining exhibits. 3, page 4, line 24, amend as follows: approximately overstrike $24,691.62, and insert underscore $25,033.63. 4, page 5, line 23 to 29, strike the entirety of paragraph P as follows: overstrike, the Navajo Nation Washington office wishes to hire an architect to convert the acquired property into the Navajo Nation Embassy. The Navajo Nation Embassy should be reflective of the Navajo people, so a Navajo architect would be subcontracted to help infuse Navajo thought and culture into design elements of the embassy. Such service would be procured in the amount of $150,000 to design and produce renderings that would be submitted to the District of Columbia for needed permits and construction. See Exhibit C, and overstrike. 5, page 6, lines 4 to 16. Delete the entirety of paragraph R. Re-letter remaining paragraphs. Overstrike. On May 26, 2020, the Controller of the Office of the Controller advised the Division of Natural Resources that the unaudited, unreserved amount available for us in the fund balance is $410,942. However, 16 NNC Section 204 would govern this amount as it would be fund principal. The Controller further concluded that the budget available for purchase of real property is $1,344,180.67. The 16 NNC Section 205 expenditure of fund income would govern this portion of this amount in income that should be used for land acquisition. Memorandum from the Controller to DNR Executive Director dated May 26, 2020 is attached hereto and incorporated herein by this reference as Exhibit E, pursuant to 16 NNC Section 4, Resolution Number CAU-44-16, August 10th, 2016. The Executive Director of the Division of Natural Resources is delegated a limited grant of final approval for the acquisition of real properties not to exceed an accumulated sum of $5 million per calendar year. 6, page 6, lines 17 to 28, delete the entirety of paragraph S. Reletter remaining paragraphs. The last land acquisition approved by the executive director was approved on December 27, 2019 for the amount below the $5 million limit within calendar year 2019. For calendar year 2020, the 11 D Street Southeast, Washington, D.C. property was approved for a purchase price within the executive director's purchase authority limit. The controller advised the executive director that at the time of calculating the FY 2020 budget, our office used the FY 2018 interest income of $5,042,124.40. See Exhibit E. It appears the Land Acquisition Trust Fund expenditure availability was calculated based upon the FY 2020 budget rather than on a calendar year basis. In the event, the controller has advised that the Division of Natural Resources that there are insufficient funds available to purchase the Washington, D.C. property unless the Land Acquisition Trust Fund principal is authorized to purchase the aforementioned property and overstrike. 7, page 7, lines 15 to 18, amend as follows. A, the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the expenditure of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund principal in the amount of $4,800,000 for the purchase of the 11 D Street Southeast Washington, D.C. plus any closing costs, $90,281.50. New language, underscore, the total of which will come from the fund principal, end, underscore, overstrike, comma, the renovation and repair of the property to occupy the building that will house NNWO $100,000 and the cost to hire architects to design the Navajo Nation Embassy $150,000 and overstrike. Total amount for the purchase, overstrike, comma, and insert and closing costs, overstrike, comma, renovation, architect design and construction, and overstrike is overstrike $5,140,281.50 and overstrike, underscore, new amount $4,890,281.50 and underscore. 8, page 7, line 30, and page 8, line 1, amend the language as follows. Underscore on or and underscore before overstrike October 31st, 2020 and overstrike underscore February 26, 2021 and underscore. 9, exchange Exhibit E, the controller's letter dated May 26, 2020 with controller's letter dated January 28, 2021. 10, renumber re-letter succeeding paragraph or sections accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That go to the board on legislation 0220-20 with one amendment.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Elmer Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Elmer Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Elmer Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knussbach Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Canal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yes, Delegate
Jimmy-
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. via text votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable
Green.
Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 16 in favor and 7 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. With a vote of 16 in favor, 7 opposed, motion carries on legislation 0220-20.
Speaker, request to speak.
Mr. Speak.
Yes.
Honorable Stewart.
Yes. Thank you, Speaker Chisula. Around the colleagues of the 24th Nomination Council of Lakia, around the Kodogi, General Machine, Kilnade, Lakia, for your votes on either side. I appreciate that very much. For our Washington staff of Lakia, so the work that went into it, and the staff that assisted in putting all this together. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, we are now at the close of session. Any other comments, questions?
Eugene, motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned by Honorable Eugene So.
Second, Wanika.
4:18. Second by Honorable Nika. That, colleagues, want to vote? Motion to adjourn? Let's go vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canisbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canisbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canisbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Sam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green. Thank you.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel
I
So.
vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
What is over here?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Evan Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Alma Begay. Honorable Alma Begay. Honorable Alma Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. via text votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Motion carries to adjourn. We are officially adjourned at 4:18 p.m. on Friday, January 29th for the Navajo Nation Council's winter session. Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you very much to all our listeners that are listening in. Have a good day and have a good weekend. Other than that, stay safe out there. Please mask up. Continue. I think that there's still some almost said voter drives, vaccine drives going on this weekend. If you're eligible to take some of your elders over there, please get in line. Other than that, have a good weekend, everyone. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Go on it.
Thank you, Speaker.
Oh.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker.
Oh, Speaker.
Go on it.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. Thank you, guys. Have a good weekend. Stay safe.